Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 514. Hopefully, you guys had a great Halloween. I didn't do shit. I'm here having fun with you, at least for a few minutes. Shut that guy up in the background. This chat popped out. Jason Eyestone with the quickness in chat. How you doing, my friend? Did you have a good Halloween? Top chats and live chats. We're ready to play. A little bit of Eminem in the background. 4 watching already. Who else besides Mr. Ashstone is in chat then? 7. Working our way up. Voodoo Ultras. Cheers. How you doing? Southern VT grower. What about Bob? Terrible Halloween. No shit. Got ran over by a car. Holy fuck. I thought it was bad. I thought it was a shitty Halloween, but I didn't get run over by no fucking car. How the fuck did you get run over by a car? Holy shit. Cheers, Voodoo. Oh, Bob, hopefully you're all right, man. Holy shit. I can't believe that. Randy Family Farms in the house with power. Randy Family Farms, what is your brother's IG? Tried to look him up today and I couldn't find it. Ow. Little Jester 420, how you doing? Walking across the intersection where you live. Drunk driver? Holy fuck, man. Drunk driver. It's a little salad, really. Columbia, citrus blazer, barbecue grill. Man, that's fucking nuts, man. Be careful. Hopefully, fucking, that's dangerous, man. Kids out and everything, fucking almost getting run over. But tonight's one of those nights where you should be like on extra for fucking cost. That's some crazy shit. I almost went on my ass. Oh, I love being live sometimes. Excuse me. I don't think drunk, man. That sucks. Just being stupid, playing on their cell phone. Cheers, Decoy Bacon, Ill Juster 420. Can times 94 skull. That shit sounds good. Mr. Nowhere Man, cheers to you. Working on rolling up a fucking dubers. Debating on whether a regular or fatty. I think I'm gonna go with a regular for now. Oh, that's some crazy shit, man. That's scary. Just like I said, man, kids walk around neighborhoods, hear shit like that. Definitely what you don't want to hear. All right, Decoy. Smoke, cheers. So, some point, I gotta do some gardening work tonight. SoCal, cheers to you, fucker. Hopefully, you're well. Charlie's Farm 420, always an honor to see you in chat. Come hang out if you want. There's plenty of room on this panel. Shit screen's empty at the moment. It looks crooked as shit on my head. It's driving me nuts. Huh? Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. So we can find Miss Naughty Nikki. Cheers to you. Cheers. Find some tunes here. The Stain. It's been a while. Too kind of like downy for like now, isn't it? More FM, I guess. Splash two-stroke. Chad Westport, how you doing? Nice to see you in chat. What were you this Halloween? I know some tells me for sure, Mr. Westport dressed up. Gonna come pop in and hang out for a few. So, Gail, hopefully you've been feeling better, my friend. Still feel like a hammer split my shit. Holy cow. So he may jump in a bit. That sucks, okay. Nikki, you need to come do your episode. You need to come do your episode. So I've seen a couple of you guys what you're smoking on. Hey, party people. Hey to you, Hibbler. I dressed up as a ganja farmer. Green fingers popping in. And Chad Jason think along the same lines there. That's funny. Excuse me. I wish this was a true statement right now. My smile would be much bigger. Small tubes in the house. I what happened to green fingers? They come trying to pop in. Fucks up. His phone fucked up better. Usually it takes him 2 tries to get in here. He's got 2 of them trying to get in. One of them should be able to get in. Oh yeah, ST. Actually, I got STCD right on the other side of the screen somewhere. Yeah. Dressed up as Biden. Shit myself. Smelted every kid. Oh, smelt every kid that came by the door. That's fucking hilarious. James Siemens, how you doing? 3 people. There's 3 green fingers trying to get in right now. Funny. What's up, man? Says there's 3 of you trying to join.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
I only have one device. How's that happening?
I don't know. You came on once. I hit admit. Another one popped up. I hit admit. Third time was the charm. There you are.
That's awesome. How are you?
Listen,
how are you tonight?
See you good. Nice wolf. Is that a wolf on your head?
Yeah. I killed and wore a wolf. I'm a hunter.
It'd be a fucking hot wear for a good little bit, man. Good
What'd you
math,
do
though,
for
man.
What'd you do for Halloween? Nothing.
Jack shit. Jack
Me
shit. It
neither.
was a long day.
Uh,
But
this
I
is.
didn't almost get run over like, what about Bob? I can't believe
I
that
read
shit,
that.
man. He said he
I
almost.
read. I read that. And then I was fucking. Yeah. It's fucked up. Where's everybody at?
So did you get any candy? Go. You didn't even
No.
stop one place.
No,
Nothing.
there's no houses. There's no houses. The people that they leave, like they want to take their kids to a city where there's like every house on like every house, like there's a block full of houses, not like there's like maybe 300 people here in total in the city. So like,
Oh shit, he did it. What up, Red
yeah,
Pill?
Hey, what's up? Merry Christmas, guys.
Pimp Daddy.
hell
What's
yeah,
up?
I've been waiting.
The only thing you're missing, Red Pill,
Huh?
is a fucking cane. The only thing you're
Oh.
missing, I don't even think they have it, but I think after tonight somebody will make that fucker.
He's got
Is
got a
fucking
cane.
but there you go. The only way you could get any cooler is if you could fucking dab off that motherfucker. Heat it up and just take a dab off your cane.
Use it as a carb cap, maybe.
Yeah,
That's fucking your size dabs. That's about the fucking cap you need. Holy shit.
All right.
It's funny.
Let's get a dab
I'm
going
s-
then. Start things off.
Somehow I knew that outfit would, it's natural. It just seems so natural.
spinner,
Little spinny
Mm.
weed, little medallion.
nice,
Yeah.
pimp.
Jeez. It is pimp.
Yeah.
I gotta give it to you, Red Pill. That's pimp.
And I'm gonna back this thing up a little bit so y'all can see the hat and all that glory.
It says Red Pill ready to smack a hole.
Oh yeah.
The only pitches fucking Red Pill slaps around are the strains in the garden.
Oh, not yet.
In
He's
training.
going to.
Only
Yeah,
in
he's
training.
He's in training, exactly. You got that right. What you dabbing
Man,
on?
I've got to get my dad shit out. There's no way with Red Pill looking like that. I'm not dabbing. Let's tuck this joint to the side for a second. I'm gonna find the dab song for you too. So awesome. Now I feel bad for not dressing up. There you go. Okay. Chat rolling right there. Popping in. Kind of super transcends right there.
What's up?
Investment. That's kind of look that transcends right there. That super pay you back.
It's the first time I've actually dressed up in Halloween, and I can't even remember how long.
Like you did. No, I'm not the only one that brought a smile too tonight. The only thing I think that is incredibly funny about it all, Red Pill, is I think you seem to manage to capture, I think, what everybody had in their head.
Yep. That's how he would look on the corner with his bitches. That's exactly what I imagine.
Yeah,
Nice
actually,
change.
I cheaped
Change
out
of nice.
too. Like, I
The hell?
looked around, and the first one I looked at was like way more expensive. Probably nicer quality. Like, I already popped buttons off this damn thing, and this damn pimp snapped in half when I tried to clip it together too. So that's what I get. I could have bought one that would have lasted, like more than one.
I'm not even ready, bro. It's awesome. I'm serious jealous. I'm serious jelly over here.
It was also my dog's birthday too.
Every time Red Pill speaks tonight,
2 years.
Be like, yes, Bill. Cheers, Brandon Family Farms. If you haven't heard us yet,
What up?
Charlie's Farm 420 popping in as well.
Last time I talked to you guys, we had some sweet action over here, remember?
Glad to see you have power.
Yeah, I ended up running my generator, kept my plants alive with just shop lights because I couldn't have everything running. And the plants actually, they stayed up. They didn't get watered for a week. And everything was still standing up, praying under shitty lights and stuff. These things are fucking pretty sturdy, resilient plants. You know what I mean? But yeah, that sucked. My
soil, huh?
Yeah, my buddy's
or anything else, man. They'd have been dried up. Eh?
My buddy's house got crushed. It looked like a bomb went off in his yard. It was a big mess. They had crews from Alabama, Indiana, Canada. They brought crews from all around to come and restore the power. There's still people out with no power right now. They're not a lot, but there's still a few.
Cheers, Charlie Farm 420.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Halloween. I hope you guys had a good time. Red Pill, I thought you were a pimp when I first saw you.
Yes, man.
Pimping the dabs, bro. Fucking looking good. I like the wolf, too, there, Green Fingers.
Oh,
Right on. Miranda, how are you, man?
Good. Did you lose power, Charlie?
No, we got lucky. We lost, actually, we just lost internet. Well, yeah, I haven't been home in a couple days. So, but my wife didn't tell me that we lost power. I got a notification on my phone, though, that we lost the internet this afternoon or yesterday or something. Yeah, yesterday I think it was, but we got lucky. We got really lucky. I couldn't believe how many people lost power. Hey, I'm gonna change my headphones, so if I lose you, I'll log back in with you. All right?
You know, with that storm,
What's up, Mr. Smiley?
They couldn't even restore any power for almost 2 days after, just because the wind was just too powerful still. That's what took forever to turn it back on. You know what? I didn't lose any branches on my outdoor neither. The fucking trees falling all around, but my plants were fine.
That's what's up.
I got my event was supposed to be yesterday too, like the Turp Town thing, but that got canceled because of the storm. So that's gonna be this Saturday coming up. If anyone local in the area wants to fucking show. Couple weeks after that's the Harvest Cup.
That's when you do a harvest cup, man. Shit, they did the Croptober here, and it was like everybody was harvesting in the middle of that event.
Yeah, that makes no sense, right?
Right. Half people were like, fuck, I'm harvesting. I don't know how I'm supposed to go to this. I got all these plants. Funny shit.
Smileys, what's up, buddy?
Too much, man. Good Halloween.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I actually, I was supposed to be home this morning, but I never made it. My daughter had to go to Hartford, Connecticut for a Irish step competition, and I missed that, and I missed going out with her this afternoon. But priorities. She understands, thank God. You know, she's 9, but she gets it. So, but yeah, I didn't do anything. Just kind of watched some shows. I watched Tara earlier. I almost logged on with her for the first time, but got caught up because I'm harvesting some stuff too. So rearranging some rooms. I'm way behind in this room, that's for sure. These things are getting friggin' out of hand. Gotta get
As
rid
I
of
say, they
flour.
look nice though, man. Fucking
Yeah, they're doing all right. I gotta take clones though. I've been procrastinating about that. I finally got a couple clones cleaned, and I'm gonna cut them back a little bit before I throw them in. But yeah, I got some in the back that are just growing basically right into the light. I don't know if you guys can see it, but anyway, you know, that light's about 7 feet off the ground, so a little too big. Got a couple of new girls coming down though, Trop cookies and some garlic breath looking friggin' sweet. Maybe I can get in the garden and show. I'm gonna take it down. Maybe I'll just bring it out. No,
Oh, yeah. Trop cookies. You like that one? Have you had it before?
no, I have huckleberry. Not a fan of it. Too much foliage. Real pain in the ass to trim. This huck cookies though it seems like it's the opposite. So I'm gonna get rid of the huckleberry and keep this Tropicana. I got it from the same guy. So it's I know it's good just because I have friends that one of the reasons why I got them was because everybody was like, you got to get these cuts, you know. So I don't take too many cuts in here, but lately I have been just because I haven't had the time to do the seeds, cracked beans. But I'm gonna do that soon too. I went up to New York to that the beer grows it thing, whatever it was, a couple weekends ago. The kid smashed, and I got some autoflowers that from Bear that what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name. It's somebody that we all know though. I just can't think of it at the top of my head. But he made an auto and some autos and named them after Bear, I guess. So he gave me a handful. So I'm gonna try them for the first time. Why not? So what's it called? It's called Ja Bear. I think it's called. I think he named it. God, what's the name of the dude? It begins with an L. And, he's pretty. We all know him. I just can't. I'm having a mental fart.
Now,
Yeah,
does an
should be.
auto, Charlie, would an auto help you though, or is that something? I mean, like you're trying to repeat cuts, right? And like you want to bring the same medicine each time, or
No, I want to switch it up. This place here has always been my let's try things out, and see if I like it. And if they do, then I bring them to the other places and I'll throw them into production. But I always switch it up. I have like 5, maybe 6 or 7 that I keep all the time. Some of my favorites, but I also have patients that you know they're really sick, and it's the strains that so far help them the most. Even though I've given them samples of other stuff, they still like, yeah, just keep running that one for me. So I run it for them. But no, I switch it up, and it's time. It's definitely time. It's been a good 8 months since I've really had anything new in the thing. So I got a bunch of beans too. I'm gonna crack, I think, over the winter.
that's been my
So
whole thing with the autos. Is it's like so so say you get one that's real fire and you crack it out. I mean, even if it yielded fairly well for you, I mean, what do you get? 6 ounces off one of them fire plants, and then it's gone. Like it's, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I guess unless you get a line of seed where they're real similar and whatever, but even phenotypical expression, now you got 2 ounces of this one and 4 ounces of that one, and like it always seem, I don't know, it just seemed less desirable for.
yeah. I mean, I'm not a fan of them on a regular basis, but since he gifted them to me, and I've never run an auto, so I figured, what the hell? I'll throw it into that Bowie I got in the back there, 24 hours. See what happens.
Right.
You know, it's just one of those. Why not? So yeah, but you're right. I agree. That's why I've never run one. I actually have a couple of other auto beans that I've had for at least a couple of years, and I haven't even bothered. But I figured, why not? This is the time that I'm motivated to switch things out in here. So I figured, what the hell? Let's do it. But yeah, that's why I never ran them. You know, you can't take cuts from them. If anything's fired, you're not going to get a lot from them usually.
Yeah, and then it's
You know, right? So, but I figured I'll crack a couple, see what happens. Why not? You know, he gave me about a dozen of them, but I'm not going to do them all. I'll do like 2 or 3, just to see if I can get a good little selection of. They're all the same, so see what kind of variations, if any. And it'll be my first time, so it'll be kind of fun.
So that's 20.
My buddy down the street grew a auto. He loves autos, and he grows them. And I know there's like differences in wherever you're getting them from, the breeder or whatever. But this dude's growing his autos, and they're friggin' things after like 2 or 3 nodes high, just switches to flower, and he ends up harvesting like a friggin' eighth off of it or less. And I'm like, they ain't even fucking worth it.
Wait, what he's got it done for? I've seen a couple. Like I've seen, Canucks grows. You know, Mr. Canucks, and he's done
Yep.
some autos, and he gets some decent stuff, and he's got them on a decent light. So, what kind of lights was he running them under? You know how? You know, I'm thinking of Thowie. I should get at least 3 or 4 anyway. Maybe. I mean, I've never run them, so and I don't know how good they are. They're very small. I will say that. So, I was kind of surprised at the size of the beans themselves, how small they were, but nice and mature anyway. They get some stripes on them. So, but they're some of the smallest ones I think that I've ever cracked.
I grew autos once, and it was in a 4x4 tent, and it was 4 plants in there, and it grew a even canopy, filled the whole tent up. Those things were probably, they finished off probably a good almost 4 feet tall, with the pot also though. But those were like pretty decent for autos. I know.
Not bad. Were they different variety, or was it? I mean, I don't mean like breeder, but were they different varieties, all 4 plants, or were they all the same?
I think it was. I think
Same
there was
strain.
3 different kinds in there, and there was a repeat of one.
See. What light did you? How much light did you have them under? How strong was it?
I had him into fucking junk light.
Yeah. That's still pretty good then. Shit. That's not too bad. How was the chirps on it? How were the profiles? Nose and everything?
You know, my buddy had a one of those like booze cruises for his birthday, and I don't drink, and my mission was to turn that into like a floating like hemp fest. You know what I mean? Like so, and I did, and everyone was like shocked, like, oh my god, you grew this, and it was those autos. I forget what this was, like 5 years ago. I forget, so I don't even remember what it was, but yeah, the shit was delicious.
Yeah. James Loud. That's where they came from. James Loud.
The best
You guys
autos that I grew were Dynafem's Critical Plus. And I ended up getting a whole bunch of free ones because every time you buy seeds off Attitude, they'll send you promotional ones. And sometimes they repeat the same ones over and over again. So I have like 3 of these Critical Plus autos saved up. I grew all 3 of them, and 2 came out sandalwood, and 1 came out kind of like this it was sandalwood and other spices, but it had another type of fruitiness to it, almost like a papaya or something like that.
Yeah. How was Attitude to deal with? Did you get them kind of quick, or did it take a minute?
Well, this was in between 2009 and 2013, and I probably ordered like 20 plus times. And they only ever had 2 fuck ups. One was the 2011 Iceland volcano that blew up and delayed flights for like a whole month. That was actually cool because they made up for it by sending the free seeds and the promo seeds from when I made the purchase, and then the free seeds and the promo seeds from when I actually sent it out. So I ended up getting like 20 free seeds.
Nice.
It was worth the wait.
I almost
Yep.
ordered from them a few years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. I almost ordered from them. In fact, I had gone to the point where I actually picked out what I wanted, but then there was a problem with payment or something,
Yeah,
something like that. I
that-
can't remember what the hell it was.
it's
But
very
like,
frustrating. It literally took me like maybe sometimes hundreds of tries.
really, huh? Yeah. I actually had to do it on the phone. I had to talk to the woman because it wasn't accepting. I can't remember if it was my American Express or if it was one of my
That's-
other cards. But
Yeah,
I
that's
had
the
to talk
best
to one
way
of
to
the
do
phone.
it.
Yeah,
Send
but I
over
never
the
ended
phone.
up doing it. I was like, I canceled it last minute. It was like, you know what? I was like, nah, screw it. Just because I have so many other ones. So I was like,
Yeah.
you know, but I was always curious.
Well, nowadays, there's a lot of good, I would say good and questionable options to go through, either through an American seed bank or even on Instagram, or just getting free seeds. It's, I mean, thanks to a couple people, here. Thank you, Miranda. I didn't send you a message the last ones I got. But,
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
well, no, I mean, the only way I would go back to Attitude is if I was specifically wanting something from a Dutch seed bank. And every
Yeah.
time I bring it up, people are like, no, you don't want to do that. But certain things that I want to either go after or that I've already had that I want more of was from there. So I don't know why I
Sure.
wouldn't want to do it.
Right, right,
People are
exactly.
always like, well, it's diminished over time, or they've lost the true genetics, and you're not going to get what you had 10 years ago.
Yeah, but this
What if-
election is so insane. Attitude. You know what I mean? Just from all the breeders that they carry. So I can see why people do it. You know what I mean? Like I would have done it if I had no other options. I would do it. You have so many options nowadays. But so what? Who cares? That's what other people say. Whatever the hell are you gonna do, man?
Mhm.
Right.
Exactly.
Like said, that critical plus auto, because of 3 seeds that I got for free, I liked it so much in auto form that it made me actually purchase seeds of the regular photo period. I'm like, well, those all 3, 2 of the 3 were the same terpene profile, so I feel like it's somewhat of a stable strain, and all 3 of them were enjoyable. I mean, 2 of them were obviously the same, and the other one was a little bit different, but still really good too. So I was thinking my odds are like, well, if I'm gonna grow those seeds and they're gonna be photo periods and I have a chance of cloning one, then I'm gonna grow out a whole pack of them, or in this case, it's just one at a time, and find the one that had the closest terpene profile to either one of them, and then select one based on which one I liked the most from there. Because to be honest, they were so, both of them were so good. It was like I couldn't make one or the other choice over the one. It happened a few times where I popped not even a whole pack of seeds. Like in another one was Blue Velvet. It was free seeds that I got too. And they did a whole pack. It was a 10-pack, and they were feminized. I did 3 of them, and out of those 3, didn't even do the rest of the 7 out of the 10. Those 3 needed to be ran a second time to decide if I needed or which one I wanted to keep, one over the
Sure.
other.
Yeah. I usually run things 3 times at least just to see if I'm really
And
getting what
I always
all the
question, like,
expressions.
did I get lucky and just handpick the 3 best phenos that would have been in that whole pack anyways, or were all the rest of those seeds going to be good too?
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah, they should be. If you got 3 pretty good ones, man, right off the rip, the first 3 that you
Mhm.
cracked, just the odds are that you got some good gear there for sure.
one of them, well, all 3, they were unique, but 2 of them were unique to where like they might be unicorn unique, right? And then the one was just cool because it had from top to bottom purple fade. So the top nugs were purple, and towards the bottom they stayed green. So when you de-leafed it, did like a wet trim, it looked really cool because you could see the transition from solid purple nug on the top to solid green nugs on the bottom, and consistent fade all the way up the colon. That was the
Yeah.
least desirable pheno. And then
Really? Yeah, that's cool. I got a Tropicana cookies that's doing the same thing. So
the other one was it had the most beautiful fade. Leaves turned almost pure red, more like a dark red burgundy. The buds turned light purple, almost, albino white. And that had just a floral lavender lilac terpene profile to it.
Hey,
Then the one that I think I would have kept, what's up?
I was gonna say, isn't that Trop Cookies one that washes purple or whatever too?
I'm not sure, to
Yes.
be honest. I'm not sure if,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, if somebody, yeah, I've never watched it, so I have not, like I said, this is my
Yeah.
first run with it.
I
So,
thought it washed pink.
Or pink or different color. I don't know, but that might be something for you, Charlie, to check out.
yeah, no doubt, I will. Because I'll do some bubble hash with it, on what my patients don't take. I will absolutely. The plants I threw in were crap. I mean, I didn't do anything to them. They were cloned. They were getting a little high. I just wanted to throw them in to see what they were going to do. So they're definitely, far from best effort and all that. But the next two that I have going in that I'm going to take the clones from, they're big bushes. Those are the ones against the wall back there. I have some of these that propped up behind me, not up high or anything like that. Probably six inches a foot, just so like the canopy stays somewhat even. But the ones in the back, they're on the floor in a 5-gallon pot. So they're good with the pot. They're still at least, especially the friggin' the garlic breath. That thing's going to be close to 8 feet tall. It's above the light, So just over the last few days, stretched above the light. So yeah, I'm kind of excited because they look good. They don't have a lot of foliage at all, and that's one of my favorite things right there. When I pheno hunt, that's one of the main things I look for to see how much trimming it's going to take. I don't do any machine trimming in any of my places. It's all hand trimmed. And my wife she was doing it all over the last 7-8 years, but she's not going to be able to, that was her full-time job basically, besides raising a daughter. But she's working now, so now it's on me. No, I mean, I give him the rough over before I, brought him to her. But yeah, she did, and she does a fine job. I mean, I always judge. Listen, plenty of awesome stuff out there on the streets of Boston. I say that, and most of mine goes right to the streets. But to be able to compete in Boston, it's extremely competitive. So mine is still highly in demand, and I just thank God. First of all, thank God, because I know how the market's going and it's the way it's going to go in the future. But it's still in high demand. So I've got to be doing something right. That's all I think. You know what I mean? And like I said, plenty of better growers out there than I. That's a fact.
Speaking of the market, I noticed the market changed like seed wise. Like over when I like doing like different events, when there was a time where it seemed like everyone came to the booth looking for autos, and I kind of still refuse to carry autos for anyone, just because I don't like them. I know a lot of other people do, but everyone was looking for autos for the longest time, for like a couple, like 2 years. And then it kind of faded back now, and it seems like everyone's more looking for clones than anything. It went from seeds, like regular seeds, to autos to now clones. That's the way the market seems to be as far as like in the seed game right now.
Yeah, for the demand for genetics. Yeah.
I almost feel like people get overwhelmed trying to look for seeds because there's so many seed brands and different ones out there and crosses that they're just like, I'm just gonna get this fucking ice cream cake cut that I know is a fucking good one and whatever. You know what I mean? It's almost like go for the sure thing kind of thing.
I think a new person shopping for seeds is they're gonna be so overwhelmed. They're gonna end, if they're new to the game, they're gonna end up going by just a picture, and they're gonna be like, I'm gonna grow that because it looks cool, not realizing that they probably don't know how to grow good enough to make it even look like that.
Right.
Even in the 90s, it was like that, though. Even Mark Emery's menu, I remember ordering from him, and it was, it was 2 pages long. It was, I still have a copy of it at my brother's house. I actually took a picture of it, I think. I will though next time I see him this week. I'll take a picture of it. But yeah, you know, like Insane Selection, and then of course, you know, whatever you thought of High Times back then, that was the magazine to get anyway. And they always had, you know, how many, you know, strains that they were showing that would just add to the confusion. First time I tried to order was Amsterdam Seed Bank about 12, 14 years ago when I overseas, you know, and I got burnt. I was getting some chocolate tie, and you know, it got confiscated the first time because they didn't send it the way they were supposed to send it. And then the second time, I did get them, and they were tiny. That's what, almost as small as, maybe a little smaller than the auto seeds that I got up in New York a couple of weeks ago. They were tiny, and not one of them. And they made up for their mistake the first time. They sent me, you know, 10 of the chocolate tie, but then they sent me 20 free seeds. They didn't even tell me what they were. They just sent me 20 extra seeds, you know, so 30 seeds altogether. Not one cracked. And I did them I didn't do them all at once, obviously. I was doing, you know, I was going to do them in batches, if anything. So, you know, and it certainly wasn't all, I think I did 3 or 4 batches, and they weren't all my mistakes. That's for sure, if any. You know what I mean? I mean, I've cracked plenty of beans over my life. I don't think I've ever lost a bean once it's cracked, unless it didn't spring a tail. If it springs a tail, 99.9, it made it. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you guys know, you crack a bunch of beans. You know how it is. You got good beans, they're going to friggin' make it. It's not friggin' rocket science to crack beans or to friggin' take clones, you know? So, but yeah, I lost them all. I just got burnt. It was like, I don't even remember how much I paid, but guaranteed with the shipping, it was around 100 bucks or so. You know, that's 15 years ago. That was a lot of money to me back then.
Yeah, I just started seeds. Like I float them in water for like a day or two, and I did that right before the storm blew the power out. And I didn't want to put them in soil that wasn't like warm because it's starting to get kind of cold in the basement and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
So I figured I'd be better off just letting them float. They ended up floating for like a week, and I was nervous. I don't know if they could even drown the seed out or whatever the fuck. These things fucking sprouted out. They started growing their tail. They actually pushed so a lot of the seeds pushed the shell right off and started growing in the fucking water.
Yeah, the yellow leaves, because they couldn't get any photosynthesis, I bet. So I bet they had yellow starter leaves, or at least the beginning of yellow starter leaves. They shed the shell, right?
I got them in soil now. Today's day number 2, so hopefully they live. That sucks too, because I started a lot, and a lot of them are irreplaceable, like packs that fucking DOA sent me personally that he grew the other half and sent me, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's a shame, man. Yeah, hopefully they're gonna make it, man. I feel bad. I totally understand what it's like. I've had genetics and cloners, you know, easy cloners over the years, lost power. I haven't lost them all, but I've lost, you know, a few strains. I do multi strain, obviously, cloner. So, but I've lost, you know, a couple of the strains that can be a little, you know, picky, you know, and cloning. They can have a tough time. I lost them, you know what I mean? Just losing power for 2 days. How long did you lose power for altogether, Miranda?
it was like 4.5.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it sucked.
I didn't realize. I heard 500,000 people in Massachusetts lost power.
Yeah, I told my wife, because when I kept plugging the fridge in, it would blow the thing on the generator. The generator would still keep running. It would just pop the breaker.
Yeah.
So I told her, I was like, all right, we can either fucking salvage a couple $100 worth of food, or just let the fucking thousands of dollars worth of bud go to shit. So we're keeping the fucking plants alive.
Yeah.
And we're gonna cook all the food on the grill and shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Wow, man. Yeah. Like I said earlier, thankfully we didn't lose power, man. And I'm right outside of, you know, I'm in the Blackstone Valley area, and that's where my house is anyway. And you know, but we flickered a few times at a couple of the other places when I was there. They flickered. I was waiting for them to go out, and then even here, they flickered when I was here, and I was like, and this place is more apt to go out. So, And it has over the years. You know, I've been here
You know,
over 10 years.
my neighbor that lives like across from me, he's the one that did the electrical wiring and helped me rig my room. And but he's like a straight fucking nerd. This guy's a geek. You know what I mean? And he's also got his house on a whole home generator, so he's got his house all lit up when everyone's pitch black. He's even got uplighting underneath each and every bush and tree in his yard, all lit up, just rubbing it all in and shit. And then when they're getting ready to put the power back on, he's out there and he's telling me, he's like, "Hey, I fucking did it. I grew a plant this year outside." He's never grown anything before, and when he came over and seen my plants, he said he was gonna do it. And I was like, "Oh shit, you did it?" His wife she wasn't happy with it, and he said it's been hanging in his garage for a couple weeks. He's like, "What do I do now?" And I was like, "Well, hopefully it's not all moldy, but like, go cut
Right.
it off the fucking stick, put it in a jar and smoke it." What do you mean? You know what I mean? What the fuck do you mean you do with it?
Yeah, you're not supposed to shove it up your ass or wipe your ass with it. You're supposed to smoke it, man. Yeah. I had a house that had 5 years ago before I moved to the townhouse, but I had a house that had the built-in generator. I could run everything in the house, and it was a big house, but it 4 bedroom, and it would run the refrigerator, washer, dryer, and stove and stuff like that. 'Cause I had an electric stove back then, and a few lights, keep the hot water going and all that stuff. But it was just that big plug in the basement. You just plug it into the wall, and you were all set if you lost power. How big of a generator? I don't have anything now, though. If I lose power, I lose power. Same with my places. I don't have backup generator.
Mine's like a 5,500 watt. It's not super powerful. And you know what sucked too is when the power goes out, it blew all the cell towers out. So I was on like R for roaming, and I don't even know what the hell roaming is. So I just fucking played around on my phone. You couldn't use the phone for like any internet shit, but I could make calls on roaming until the next day when it was like, you used up all your roaming for your month. Fuck you. You can't make no calls now. And I'm like, oh no. And I get no phone. I get nothing.
Most of the cell towers, Verizon back about 10 years ago started putting in generators, but most of the other companies are only suited for 8 hours of battery life after they lose power. So there's a stack of fucking tower of computers basically that's running the towers, and then there's like a stack of fucking boat batteries ready to sit there fucking ready to run that shit in case that tower loses its power. But that's only 8 hours worth of power, and then most people will lose cell service after 8 hours after a power storm, unless they actually have to run people out there and start hooking up computers on a generator after 8 hours. But that's what most of the cell towers are rated for, is 8 hours of battery.
Good to know.
We had more shit go down too, because we had 2 gas stations in the whole like area that had power, and it was like there was miles long line to get in to get gas, and they had gas trucks keep delivering because they would run out like real fast. And so that was like a huge project. So I had to go once a day to fill my generator, like the gas tank. And some dude, I don't know how the fuck he did this, because there was so many people with cars and stuff there. I don't know how he got enough speed. He fucking blanked out on the set, went fast forward, smashed right through one of the gas tanks on and then black smoke billowing up and shit. Took the whole gas station had to shut down. So now we're down to one gas station to feed not only this town, but all the around towns too. And it was like a total disaster.
Cheers, Johnny.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey,
Johnny.
Yeah, I'm
How's it going?
in the market for a generator. That's why I was asking how big yours was, because I've been seeing the ones that I would need would be like $3,500 each. It's like, holy shit, man.
No, I was going around the neighborhood too, and there was a lot of people had generators. They were nice and quiet. My shit's like fucking super loud and stuff, and I'm like, I want to get a nice quiet one.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's costing so much. At least with my research, I was looking at one of the regens or whatever the hell they call them.
Yeah, the natural gas ones where they wire them right into your natural gas.
No, I have
nice propane as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got propane heaters at a couple other, generators, a couple of the other places, and I have one here, but it's just not hooked up. I use tanks. But yeah, do they really? I haven't seen those yet. I got to look into those. I've only seen the gas powered. Those are the only ones I've been researching. Put it that way.
Yeah,
I didn't even know
wire
they
them
made
in, and
propane
then
ones.
they'll automatically flip on, and then you never fill them because they're like fucking running off your natural gas and shit. You're not out there gas in them every 8 hours or whatever.
Oh, so you're talking hardlining? You're hardlining it into your house? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. No, I couldn't do that here, but yeah. I know what you mean. Or any of my places. My house, maybe I could though, because I got natural gas for the stove and the hot water heater.
I lucked out because we got town water, but like my buddy's house that got crushed, the whole town of Carver, Massachusetts, they have well water. So if you have no power, you have no water. So they have to all go down to the fucking pond and pail out 5-gallon buckets of water and bring it back and dump it into their toilets so they can flush them.
Oh yeah.
Great
My buddy's
Amish
from
living.
Marshfield. Yeah, Carver. I go to Edaville Railroad every year with my daughter. I used to go when I was a kid too. I used to go to Edaville, but
I used to live right down the street.
Yeah, did you? Yeah, I used to go to this is in the 90s though. I used to go to the King Richard's Fair. Used to be there too, right?
Yeah, I lived right next to that.
Couple of
that place kind of sucks.
Cranberry bogs, man. Take it out of the cranberry bogs. You said Carter. I know that area.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my brother actually lives directly. He's right across from his street, Marshfield. It's basically his front yard's a bog, and he knows the owner. He's friends with the owner and shit. And that's where we take walks when I go visit him. That's where I'm from originally, in South Shore.
Yeah, they're kind of still harvesting the cranberries right now. It's kind of, for someone who hasn't seen how they do that, it's kind of cool. And so going by my house and through towns is big like 18-wheelers full of just cranberries that they just pump right out of the water.
Crazy.
All the streets are like stained red from cranberry water coming out of the trucks and stuff.
Yeah, that's one reason why I like Edaville is because it shows the history of the machinery and how they used to, harvest the cranberries over the centuries. I always thought that was cool because I like seeing that old machinery techniques they used to use.
It starts November 16th. I drive by it like 3 times a week because I have to bring my kids to MMA, and they take MMA in Carver.
Oh, yeah. See what we get.
Those bugs is what makes all the bug fog that I have to deal with when I'm growing outside.
Oh yeah, all that moisture.
Yeah, I got the Cape Cod Canal. I got that fog coming up the road, and then I got bog fog coming from the other way.
Yeah. We're here, or friggin' Buzzards Bay or something, right? I grew up in Northeast here, year round when I was a kid. I used to go over the bridge all the time. So my family's originally from Quincy, but my grandfather built a house down East Ham at 60. And,
I grew up like 5 minutes away from the Plymouth Rock.
Oh, yeah. Funny, but he almost bought the land there first in Plymouth. Yeah, the real Plymouth Rock.
That's where my family lives. You graduated from Plymouth High School?
Yeah, if I graduated, I fucked up and I did senior year twice.
Yeah. Well, my nephew is
second time's a charm.
37. He graduated.
I went to North and South.
What's that?
I went to Plymouth North and Plymouth South for high school.
I built the library, the new library. Well, it was built in 1990, I think it was. The library was built.
Yeah, I
I
lived in
did-
Mayflower Village right
I
across.
did all
from
the
it.
landscaping. I did all the landscaping and I did all the interior landscaping back in 1990 and 90, right before I moved to Florida.
It grows some fireweed in Plymouth. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Plymouth North. We used to just smoke weed right in the halls, like during like class change and stuff, just because all the kids were on. No one knew where it was coming from, but everyone could smell it.
Yeah, yeah. I went to CM, man. I went to Catholic Memorial in Boston, West Osprey. You know CM, don't you?
No,
Miranda, you don't know
No,
Catholic
where-
Memorial
where?
High School? You don't know for hockey or anything? No.
nope.
Yeah, #1 hockey high school in America.
I don't watch hockey. Like I've actually,
Yeah, yeah.
my old job used to give me like Bruins tickets all the time, and I just give them away.
Yeah,
I did go to
yeah,
the
yeah.
Patriots ones though.
Dude, hockey's fun as fuck to go to.
Yeah, it's a blast. The old guy, and you can smoke
Who,
crack. You can
who used to give you
smoke
Bruins
bowls.
tickets? Did you say used to give you Bruins tickets?
I used to
Somebody-
just give them away to people. Yeah. I
No,
went to a
Fred-
Celtics game once, never to a baseball game. I'm actually a Yankees fan that lives in
Yeah, more
Mass.
power to you, man. Yeah, no doubt, brother.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say, dude,
whatever your
hockey's
thing
one of
is,
the more thrilling games to go watch, man. Like in person or whatever. It's hockey's the
they're fun.
shit.
The
Yeah,
old
it's
garden,
fun.
you used to be
You
able to
gotta be a
smoke
fan. It's
grass.
still fun.
Yeah, we used to go to the Bean Pot every year with my father because my father went to Northeastern and he had connections. We got tickets, but anyway, used to be able to just in the stairways, man. Used to be able to even some of the bathrooms if you knew the right floors in the old Boston Garden. Me and my brother used to spark up bowls. You'd see people all the time just sparking it up in a stall or something in the bathroom back then. You can't do that anymore, obviously, but
I have a funny weed story from somebody out of Plymouth. I was coming across. I was in San Francisco, and I don't know if I was going in or coming out, but I was just gotten some good weed or was getting ready to get some good weed. And the Teamsters always had the best weed in San Francisco. You could just go in; those guys always had good shit, and they just give it to me. They get it for me, right? And I sent this comment about the Teamsters. And I said, yeah, but Teamsters weed in San Francisco is much better than Teamsters weed in Boston. And I get a text that says, you want to keep your truck? I think he was pretty much serious, but he was half joking. You know what I mean?
Look at the UFO.
Like, damn, man, I'm busting on his weed, so he's gonna have somebody come take my truck.
Look at the UFO, guys. What the hell?
What's that?
Look at the UFO.
Yeah, UFO.
Look at it.
Oh, cool. Greenfinger's got a UFO back here, man.
Or somebody
Yeah,
with a
there's-
drone above me.
Yeah,
Or somebody
it's a
walking around with a
yeah.
drone.
There's three
That's
lights, right?
funny as shit. Yeah, it looks just like them 3 dots. That's funny.
What the hell?
I guess
How do we
propaganda.
go?
Step outside of your
There it
tent.
is
See
again.
if it's out there.
I'd believe it was more. I'd be more apt to believe it was aliens if the government wasn't saying that it's a UFO.
Yeah, it's just a government
Right.
drone.
Probably. Probably just want to learn how
Now
to
that-
grow shitty weed.
Right.
It's like, how do I grow shitty weed like that guy?
Now that they stop denying it, I think that's believable.
I go out there and
Biggest plant of
shoot it.
next year. This is the biggest plant of next year. It's already as tall as me.
My, what a big bud you got there, Charlie.
Dude, I remember there was some Russians. There was a deal back in the day where they like mutilated human bodies and like put them in a supposed spaceship and like had it look like a UFO crash or whatever, but it was all like staged and set up.
No, that's funny. I was telling my neighbor about something the U.S. did like that today. Oh, interesting.
They made it look like they were aliens. They like mutilated a human body and like made it look like it had fucking weird eyes and fit the descriptions and shit.
I got a fucking really nice projector, and I found like on a YouTube like a holographic like 3D projection loop for like a it's almost like look like a ghost type of thing coming out of I put it outside on the outside of my house, covered the whole side of my house with it. It looked badass, and set up all this shit around my yard, and no one gave a fuck. Not one person was like, wow, or fucking anything. So this is literally the last year I do that. From now on, I'm just going to sit out there with a bowl of candy like everyone else. Fucking bah humbug for me.
That's good stuff.
No one gave a fuck. I was so proud of it. I even did an Instagram live to show everyone. No one fucking even tuned in. I was like, you know what? Fuck this. You know, it's fucked up too. I felt like such a loser. Like, so my wife's cousin comes over and we were smoking a couple of fucking joints in the driveway, which probably wasn't a good idea with like trick-or-treaters and shit. But big group of people come, and I'm like, oh, here's my big chance. Everyone's gonna come. There was like 15 kids and like fucking 5 moms, a couple dads and shit. And they're like, trick or treat. And I'm like, yep, the bowl's right over there. Go grab it. The mom got their flashlight on her phone. She looks in there. Right on top is my missing lighter that I must have dropped, and it landed right in the candy bowl. And it made me look like such a fucking asshole to the parents. Like I was like trying to give a kid a lighter or some shit. I felt like the person putting razor blades in and all that. I was like, oh no, fuck, dude.
Well, they've been popping the memes up all day about, like, I don't know, I just seen a couple of them, like a fucking pistol was hiding in a Twix bar or some shit. Yeah, and there was like a whole MS-13 gang that somebody hid in a Snicker bar or something. So that must be a thing. And then here you are trying to give kids lighters. You probably disabled the child safety part too.
Actually, no, it's still on there. It's right here.
I always rip them fuckers off right away, so it probably looked like you're really trying, to make it happen.
It would have been real bad if like the pre-roll fell out of my pocket and into there or something instead.
That's what I was going to ask. Was the pre-roll in it?
Yeah, no shit.
Right next to the lighter. Well, I was just carrying everything out, and I kind of forgot it was in there. And
yeah, because I brought a couple extra pre-rolls out in case any parents were like trick or treat, you know what I mean? And I give them something too, but
yeah,
we got a bunch of stiffs around here, so that didn't happen.
Can you imagine being a kid trick or treating though, and like the unknowing guy that dropped his pre-roll in the fucking bowl? Like when you go over there to grab it, you'd be like, "Holy shit, fuck!"
What the fuck?
I seen some girl take candy out of the bowl and then turn around and throw it back in the bowl, and I was like, "Oh, she doesn't even want our candy. I suck so bad." And then my wife's cousin was like, "No, her dad yelled at her because she grabbed 2 and told her to put 1 back." And I was like, "Oh, that's all right." I wish he did take 2 because like we only had like 50 kids come.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we don't have very many come through. But right, just the other day though, they did one of them trunk or treat things where they like, I don't know, there's a library not too far from us, so they like, yeah, it's only a walking distance, but they had a trunk or treat thing, but it was all rainy and shitty, so I don't know.
I know it's not the same anymore. When I was younger, it just felt like there was like thousands of kids out, not like a couple hundred or something that I see nowadays. It's weird. And then the older girls, the older teenage girls, they just use today as an excuse to actually dress like a prostitute. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's funny shit.
Eagle, this was all pine. All pine. 100% pine. Just like pine saw.
100% dragon fruit.
Yeah.
When you get it, yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna finish this one out, see what it tastes like, and then if it's what it is, I'll be giving that to you. That one's all pine saw, like fucking straight fucking bottle of pine saw.
They look nice, man. Really nice.
Thank you.
Pinene, lemonine, that perfect green. It
Yeah,
all
that
starts
shit's
from
real
seed.
lime fucking green. No purple in this one.
Right, Family Farms, when you were telling your story about giving joints, I couldn't help but giggle because they're straight parents, straight laced parents still. You know what I mean? I couldn't help but wonder How many parents that you offered joints to that as they walked away, they were whispering to their kids, going, "What candy did he give you?" All right.
Take that out.
All
Throw
right.
it on the ground.
What candy did the weed guy give you? What candy did the weed guy give you? Let me see it.
My brother told me that he went out around his neighborhood and they had like almost like a block party. Someone had they had grills out and people were giving away hot dogs and Jello shots and all kinds of shit. My mom said that she went to a party and they were doing friggin' scavenger hunts and there was nips all around, bobbing for nips and stuff. And I'm like, damn, everyone's partying hard and I'm just sitting here in this straight fucking stiff spot where no one's doing shit. No one even came to my house. No one gave a fuck.
Yeah, you are humbug. You just said 50 kids came by there.
Yeah, they're all in one spot though, and that's the time with the lighter. You know what I mean? That was pretty much what happened.
That's cool.
Hot dogs
It's
and
weird that
jello
when we first moved in here, there was a lot of kids that came. This was like the spot, and I was like, wow, we got a busy house for Halloween, and now it's like COVID kind of fucked everything up, and then this year sucked.
Yeah.
I don't know, more candy from me. I'm actually gonna bring the candy bowl to friggin' Terptown. People always love candy when they're all bombed out.
Right, I was just gonna say any kind of munchy food for sure.
It'll be like, oh, is it got THC in it? I'm like, no, dude, it's just free fucking candy. Relax. You know, it's not actually when I went to that the bonfire in Maine, I grabbed some watermelon rings, like the peach rings. They're like 500 milligrams, and I gave my buddy 2, my other buddy 1, and then I ate the rest. My buddy was like all fucked up on the ride home from just those 2, and I was like, really, dude? What are you, some kind of lightweight? He smokes more than me. Edibles hit people different.
I can't really eat them. I mean, I can, but like, I start getting like 100 milligrams, and I don't want to be doing shit or going.
I didn't even want to eat them. They looked good, and I was fucking starving. Remember that friggin' insane pre-roll that I showed you, Smiley?
Yeah.
I'm gonna save that for my brother's spotlight and smoke that and tell you guys what it's all about. I think Mr. Greenfingers, you had that before, right? I think you showed a picture of it. It was like a box.
The live resin purple one.
With a friggin' sauce, Keith.
Yeah, so the live resin joints and whatever. Yeah, those things are killer, man.
Might have to call it a night. I don't have any more pre-rolls to smoke. They're all in the house.
Got one.
Terrible problem.
I'm fucked.
Have at
A
her.
bunch of fucking empties. Oh,
Got pre-roll for you. Menthol.
Got what?
nice little pile of Keith. I go to the dollar store. These things hold like fucking exactly a gram of keef in it if you fill it to the top. $20 on the table. These things go all day, son.
Nice.
What's up? So nobody got Halloween pranked or nothing, or scared real bad? Nothing.
My worst one was when I was younger. We were walking down the sidewalk. I might have told the story before, but there was a fence, so we couldn't run, and the car was going slow. It was me, my buddy, and my brother, and the car came to a stop. The windows went down, and they fucking covered us with rotten bananas. which was worse than eggs because they were all slimy and fucking stuck to us and shit. And yeah, that sucked. We got tricked on that fucking Halloween.
Yeah, when I was a little guy, my cousin and my brother and one of our friends, we were all running around, going from place to place, getting different things, and in this one neighborhood. And I thought I'd be slick and run across the yards instead of going across the sidewalks like you're supposed to, you know? Well, when I was running across the yard, I didn't realize because it was dark, you know, everybody has their kind of, you know, it's a little darker on Halloween night for some reason. And I'm chugging across this yard, and there was actually a underground driveway garage. Or so it's a 2-story house. So they basically built a garage that sunk down. So it had probably like a 6 to 7 foot drop. And I went piling down onto that, and I hit the ground, and my candy went everywhere. And some other kids came and took all my candy. Yeah, it was a good night.
Yeah.
I
Like,
got
what
suspended
treats
from
am I
school
into?
for bringing candy in, and now they give kids candy in school. My brother said his kids are allowed to wear hats in school and shit, like baseball caps and whatever. I'm like, wow, you can get fucking kicked out of school over wearing a hat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. You better not wear that hat and shop when I was in school.
Nowadays kids can go to school in their pajamas and just dirty clothes, and it's fucking. It's not like a thing of like just everyone tries to fit in. It's just kind of cool to be your own thing type of thing nowadays.
That's cool.
Anti-bullying or whatever. It seemed like it was way more harsh and violent like when I was younger.
That high school or just all
all the way
grades?
through.
Oh, shit.
If you wore a pair of shitty shoes, you were getting beat the fuck up back in the day.
Couldn't wear dungarees when I was a kid. You couldn't wear jeans. Still kind of thought
Fucking wear corduroys and shit. You
the
getting
Depression
kicked.
era. What I wore in school when I got to go to parochial school. I was forced to go to parochial school, junior high. Oh God, I hated that.
Right now they just hope kids wear their pants all the way up like normal.
The town I grew up in was Halloween every day.
No, nowadays, I can't find pants that aren't like tapered down to skinny jean bottoms, or like fucking guys' pants that are like cut to capri size length. Like it feels like I'm going and shopping in the women's department when I go to the guys. You know, it's all fucked up.
Right.
Pleated pockets or whatever the fuck that is.
I'm bringing back the overalls. We're calling them Rawls because it sounds cooler.
Dude,
And we're gonna have the Miranda Family Farms Rawls coming soon.
Want some?
I'm seeing them everywhere.
About getting overalls the other day.
Yeah, dude. There's an overall fucking boom. I don't know what you'd call it.
Red Pill, what are you there? Cowboy pimp?
I don't know about the cowboy part.
The hat, just the way it's tilted right now, kind of looks like.
That's. It can go all over the place. Is that?
I like the
Oh,
medallion
shit.
that spins.
I thought he was Prince the whole time.
All right, you guys, can you hear me all right on this mic?
Yeah, man.
All right, this is my headphone mic.
Oh, really?
I'm working in this tent. If it gets like, you know what I mean, you can start hearing me all the fucking time, like dragging shit around, or you know what I mean. Let me know and I'll fucking mute this fucker. You can't hear me when I'm talking down the other mic, so I switched over. But I was just doing a mic check.
Like that headroom, man. looking at that room, seeing all that headroom and that airflow, you can get going. That's nice.
What do you have for work, Eagle?
What's that?
What do you have for work? I heard you
Charlie?
say when you when you first came on, you had some work to do tonight. What do you have to do?
Wipe down the tents,
Cleaning
wiping
and
down
shit.
this tent, getting ready to fill with that shit you see on the camera right there. I'm in the
Yep.
same boat, man. I got some of that shit right there is way overgrown. Two of these girls right here are gonna be the 4x4. Shit, these two right here. These two Columbiums. 4x4. 4x4. You know what I mean? Right there. There's
Yeah,
a 4x8.
beautiful.
You know, that's
Those
them
are
are the
beautiful.
ones that were gonna be to you, Smiley, but I'm telling you, like they wouldn't win another 6.5 fucking weeks. No ways, no how. It's a good thing we downsized there. But yeah, I'm getting the tent cleaned and ready for that shit there. What we got going?
Man.
Look at how even they are. They look primo.
Smiley, have you harvested any of the Jack Skellington yet?
Just little taster clones of it.
Is it violently potent?
It is pretty potent. Yeah, I think I pulled them a little early too, so. I don't know.
I'm gonna wait till I see what comes up out of the soil or whatever, and because I don't want to overload myself, but I'm gonna start some Skellingtons myself soon.
Hell yeah, dude! I would recommend it. I don't know. It's at least the keeper cut I got is pretty cool, unique flavor, and it's sort of smell, I guess, profile, and it's definitely stony. So, but they're running through the flower right now. I've moved them, so they're in the weekly updates that I do on YouTube too. So they're like day 35 or some shit now.
Yeah, I'm like 2 weeks away from harvest, and I got a full room coming down. It's gonna be a lot,
Oh yeah.
but there's only like 3 strains in there. I got my 2 soups turned out to be so that I took peanut butter and jelly, which was it grew big buds, but they were kind of like fluffy. They had substance. They just weren't dense as fuck, like rock hard, and it had no taste, and it was super frosty. And I took it to Zinger, which has like the bog sour strawberry, and you can definitely tell from the just touching it to your fingers that it's got the sour strawberry taste or smell to it anyway. So I have a feeling the taste is going to be there too, which is what I wanted. And those things grew like fucking the buds are huge. They're long. I got 3 of those. I got Miss Jill's Testers is Mendo Perps crossed with Jilly Bean, and I got 4 of those. One of the phenos is the thickness of the bud is the thickest bud I've ever grown to date so far. It's like they're big and long, but the width is fucking crazy on one of them. And then I got the 3rd strain. I don't know how to pronounce it, and neither does Miss Jill, even though it's her strain. It's like Cherub Terra Kush or something like that. It's the Subcool had Jack's Cleaner Blueberry Pheno, and he called it Batgirl. This was like a older strain, so she took that and crossed it with Purple Afghan Kush. So that strain's actually really good too. That's the keef that I have. It's like fucking almost like a pinkish purple color. But I'm gonna sign off, and I will see you guys the next time. I'm gonna head off to bed. Happy Halloween.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, man.
Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have fun at church time.
Later. Yeah, come and see me.
Yeah, when is it?
Weekend, I think he said.
Yeah, Johnny.
He said they canceled it and had to move it I think it's
I read that too. Yeah, we had to do that several times at the rally this year too. Boston rally.
So Red Pill, what's been on the conspiracy watch lately? Like what's something good?
I don't have a good one. The last few years, you know, everything's been going on. I kind of been turned off of all that. So
Right. It gets hard to know what's a conspiracy when they keep coming up true.
well, it's almost like people abandon whatever narrative they were originally following whenever they started getting into conspiracies. Then there's people that come into it, you know, and they're just figuring out all this yesterday, you know, and then they don't know things yet. They're further behind in the wormhole or whatever. Not the former wormhole that is now the WEedNerdWorld, but the wormhole you go down, rabbit hole for conspiracy worlds. So now I'm kind of upset.
I see.
People I subscribed to years ago are talking about things that are like, weren't you smart enough to get this? Like when I found your channel 4 years ago? It's not, unsubscribe.
I seen today, Red Pill, fucking David Boss, who is like a conspiracy theorist, if you will, on YouTube. But you brought up two things I seen today, so I had to jump in and just get everybody's thoughts on that. If you look on his page, posted today, there's a wormhole in the North Pole. Shit you not. That's what they're saying. There is an actual wormhole in the North Pole. Thoughts, Red Pill.
Well, isn't that what? Sorry, go ahead, Red Pill.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not told about. If you looked at cartography maps, like just from like 120 or just a little bit, you know, not that long ago, it has a whole different representation of what's at the North Pole than what we got now. Depending on what you're looking at like a block of ice sitting there, or you're looking at like an open passage, just Arctic Sea. But 100, 200 years ago, all the maps showed inland continents with a center mountain. And there's like I said, from all different places, people that made maps and people that went out there and explored it and have accounts of going there and mapping it and, you know, identifying plants and native people that lived there. So there's definitely something there that they don't tell us about or we don't learn about today for some reason.
Is that the North or Antarctica? Where do you
No, this is the North Pole. There's South Poles, if there even is one. There's not a South Pole, but that's neither here nor there. But no, there's what I'm talking
Those
about.
things are the, yeah,
There's
those are the hidden
4
things.
continents. All 4 continents have like an inland going river that controls supposedly the flow of and the tides and ocean currents on all of Earth. And it's like it's a passage you can't get to. All the people that tried to say the ships get torn apart and you can't go past a certain point, that because the water is so hard, and this mountain that's at the center of it is such like a 90-degree angle, so you always get smashed right into this wall as you approach.
Isn't that where they say Admiral Byrd flew in up there? There was an actual hole up there that the U.S. government. He said it was into the inner Earth, but what if it could have been just like a stop on the way out? You know what I mean?
Well,
last rest stop for the wormhole and shit was inner Earth.
If you look up where that comes from, like in his own autobiography or something, if you look into it, it was like revised or someone went over it. So now I don't trust certain things that were said about it, because they do the same thing about when he went and explored the South Pole, which, for if anyone doesn't know, that's something that happened in the last 100 years. I think it was up until like 1937, 38, something like that. South Pole no one had ever gone to the South Pole yet, supposedly. Now there's even more ancient stories about that.
See, I thought Lieutenant Byrd's story was all about the South Pole. I know he flew.
Oh.
He's the only like one of few men that has flown over both the North and the South Pole.
Well, the South Pole has a different description. Going into that little, whether it was a wormhole, I mean, maybe it wasn't the inner Earth as much as another dimension. If it's another wormhole or somewhere else in the universe, theoretically, wherever that wormhole takes you, supposedly, that was at the North Pole. At the South Pole is where he said that there's land 1.5 times the size of North America that has untapped resources of oil, coal, and uranium, enough to last the entire planet for 100 years.
Well, just think about the simple one, like the size of Africa they put right in front of everybody and nobody sees it, right? So the size of Africa compared to the United States is way bigger.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you go in all these maps, there's almost no accurate representation of true land masses and size and proportions and how big and wide the oceans are and how far.
I would almost bet if
Africa
they found something in the North Pole or South Pole, it's what you got around your neck. They like them resources, right? They find a dry piece of land somewhere and they're like, oh shit, look at all this gold. We can't tell anybody about this until we get it out of here.
Well, another thing is what you can't find on Google Earth images is Antarctica. Actually, I talked about this a long time ago with someone that actually had a encyclopedia from his birth year. And because we were talking about it, it just intrigued him because it happened to be the year that I was talking about. He went back and looked it up because we were talking about what you can't see on Google Earth. If you go to Antarctica on Google Earth, it's basically just a blanked out white sheet. You don't see much detail, which is kind of crazy considering if you look in this old encyclopedia, it talks about Antarctica has it has the biggest mountain range with the most peaks that are over 20,000 feet above sea level. Wow. But you don't learn that in an encyclopedia today or see that in Google Images or on globes or anything like that. And they're all, if you look into it, they're all named like Rockefeller Mountain, Rothschild Mountain. They all have like Illuminati family names. It's pretty crazy.
Right out in front of you.
Yeah.
Hidden in plain sight, and that's the term, hidden in plain sight.
Mm-hmm. Hidden double in plain sight, because that's the devil is in the detail when you learn it, and then it's literally hidden, it's blanked out where it should be.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
don't know what they're hiding on the poles, North and South Pole. I had a whole nother theory about what the South Pole is, but that's,
it's cold. I don't want to go there.
That's the thing. If people want to know what happens if you go to the South Pole, well, if you try to go as far south as the world reaches, you eventually get to the infinite cold and infinite dark, and you're basically in the void that the Earth was created from. So go on out there.
I think if you believe that, you'd be trying to get there.
My brother's going to be going there this in the next few months, actually.
There you go.
To the coast.
Where is he?
I'll see if I can get a picture from him. Here's the South Pole. See if you can shake the South Pole for us. Be like, hey, get a selfie of you shaking the South Pole.
No,
there
it's
you go.
Put your tongue on it. Put your tongue on it.
That's a ceremonial South Pole. It's like 60 miles from the coast.
Yeah, and while you're there, shake the flag on the moon.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. Well, let's not touch on soft spots here.
Well, it is the wormhole, isn't it? The nerd hole. Nerd hole.
WEedNerd Galaxy. I liked that one. Thunder.
There you go, WEedNerd Galaxy.
He goes like, it's gonna stay that way, and then he's like, "You sure it's not gonna be the WEedNerd Galaxy?"
The aliens aren't here yet. That we know of.
Are they?
I don't know.
I mean,
That wormhole, how do we know shit's not crawling out of it?
not a
Maybe
big
that's
issue.
tomorrow's announcement. They're here, flying through the wormhole.
It'd be funny if it was just something that you walked up to and all of a sudden you popped up here in the waiting room on the Zoom call. And it's some ancient explorer. They're speaking Old English.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing.
Just power
I need
down.
another dab. It's been too long. I need another fucking dab.
You the pimp, man. You dab whenever you want to, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but I could send you a cool video, Smiley, if you want me to at least. It's like basically a permission list or all the things that you have to do if you want to go to Antarctica. Unless, I don't know, maybe your brother has a clearance to go there without all these permissions and
He's
what to do
an
and what to
officer
do.
in the Air Force, and he's a chaplain, so
Okay.
he'll be the only chaplain on duty for the whole continent. And I don't know, he didn't know for sure if he would go to the South Pole, but he said they have a base there.
Yeah, they do.
So
They have that.
more than
yeah.
likely he would be, because he's going to be the only chaplain for the whole continent. More than likely he'll go to each base and spend a period of time there, but you really don't know.
That's cool. They do have a lot of bases there. That's what I was going to say is it's like a 95% chance if you are there, you're either a scientist or you're in the military. But
Yeah.
travelers there, for one, like just to take a cruise, for one, it's not even Antarctica we're talking about. Since there was some big fucking conundrum about Chilean sea bass. So now you can't even go past 60 degrees south latitude without permission. And it's a really expensive trip to go down there and just to cruise ship and see the penguins and all that kind of hoity-toity stuff. But yeah, you're not even allowed to poop. No pooping in Antarctica.
Why?
There's no powered vehicles.
Why can't you
Because you have
poop?
to preserve it.
How do you poop?
It's a pristine land. You're not allowed
Where-
to disturb it in any way.
Where's Smiley's brother gonna go?
Right?
Well, he's in the military. He's allowed to. He's got I got to tip my hat and say, if it wasn't for taking dumps in Antarctica. No, but yeah, you have to go. I mean, obviously you have to go, but yeah, you're another thing is you can't go wander off. Everything's like a guided tour or some type of little settlement in a base. Like I'm saying, you can't just go and like hop on a 4-wheeler and be like, and just hit it south as far as you can go. That Smiley's uncle is gonna have to come and drag you back. Oh, you're gonna get
That's cool that
deported.
he's doing that, Smiley.
Doing what?
You know, he's a chaplain and he's in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Going up there, I think that's it's an honorable thing. No doubt. I would love to visit either one of the poles. Not to live, but one of my
Hell of a trip to get down there, though.
yeah. I mean, one of my bucket lists is the Glacier Bay up in Alaska is one of my bucket list trips. You know what I mean? I would love to go see those friggin'.
I ironically do know of a really good Mexican restaurant in Antarctica.
Yeah, I just
It's not
know
a
from
joke.
watching shows. I don't know anything more than that. I just watch.
They have
some of
Mexican
the-
restaurants in Antarctica.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
want to
there's
rough it too much. Put it that way.
There's a
Not at my
bit
age.
of Antarctica that's habitable. There's like a 70 by 90 mile that's not ice. 70 by 90 square foot, area. Square miles, sorry. That's all not covered by ice. They got freshwater lakes.
Oh shit! I'm gonna tell him to bring a swimming suit.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of the. That's one of my things. I like watching the nature shows. When and if I have the time while I'm working. I just love them. whenever they show that water down there, that water whales. Because Cameron has that, James Cameron, Titanic, he's got that 65 whale documentary. Cool. Shit, they've caught on film for like the first time.
I don't know, man. I think it would be a cool experience, but yeah, just a long, cold ass trip is the way I see that. Like, sorry.
Yeah, the only reason why I say Glacier Bay's on my bucket list is because I can go on a really nice cruise trip. I mean, a cruise ship. You know what I mean? And get all the amenities more than I can rough it. Take a dinghy out from the cruise ship and you get closer to the glacier, stuff like that. Maybe some hiking, spend a week there. But yeah, going to the poles, I don't think it's no. I'll watch it on TV.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine like some of the early explorers and shit too. Like that'd be fucking crazy, man. I don't know. Like I guess it's kind of similar now to like people looking at or thinking about going to Mars, right? Like they're gonna make this trip or whatever. But like similar back in the day, like a lot of them ships would get frozen in the fucking ice right there, not even by land. You know what I mean? Like they're
right
in the fucking ice. Like
yeah, they said what overnight they'd be frozen in, right? Something like that. Smile, like literally, like within 24 hours, the boat would be just friggin' landlocked on ice.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that stays there year round. I don't think you stay there year round.
Yeah, because I remember seeing a big thing on Bird, on that dude, that explorer. Didn't one of his ship get stuck down there and they got shipwrecked or something? And he finally made it back on like some small boat or something and left somebody behind. It left two people or something ashore and he went out on his own and he just got lucky or something somehow. And that's how he survived the first time or something. So one of them anyway. I don't know if it was Bird or not. One of them.
No, I know there's been a lot of people died down there in expeditions down there, but I don't know. I guess there's probably always some curiosity involved too, because you know what I mean. Like none of us are ever gonna probably get there, and you know what I mean. So there's a lot of curiosity to that.
I just thought of is it's disputed as whatever fiction, but I think it was like in 1920s. Explorers went down there. It's kind of like the Admiral Byrd thing. They got stuck in an ice channel that was a free passage when they entered, but it closed in behind them, and they were forced to just keep following it. And they thought that they got somewhere where now the land that they were approaching had to have been South Africa. So they're like, okay, we're a little bit off chart, but at least we know where we're at. And all these basically electric powered submarines and boats came out and they had lights. Like I said, this is 1921 on them. And it was like a completely another military. They spoke English and they had like 40 or 60 years ahead of time technology. Like they had flat screen TVs and like other fancy shit and electric powered vehicles. And it's called the Iron Republic. Everyone wants to check it out. But some people say it's fiction, and then other people think it's really what's going down in like Antarctica. And there's a set of what you would call it, secret civilization that went down there and lived and was able to start industry and civilization and didn't ever bother to tell anyone, except for these people that accidentally found.
It's like Atlantis. Sounds like Atlantis.
Pretty much modern day Atlantis.
Yeah.
Mouse die. Hey, so
could you guys see the color difference in the Tropicana cookies and the garlic breath? You see it on camera? Did it catch it? That's kind of what I was trying to show. Color difference than anything else. So it does look nice and frosty. but I wasn't sure how the colors were coming up. That Tropicana cookie, just beautiful colors. You know, smells very sweet. A lot of gas, little citrus.
Real super strong orange.
Yeah, that's exactly what's coming through. Yeah, you just caught it right on the nose, brother. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
said that. And I don't have good smell. So, as you can tell, I got a cold. The garlic breath. Let's see if I can see it.
No, I was watching. I was gonna say I was watching this. They're talking in chat, so this is kind of a side conversation. But giant vegetables. I was watching this Guinness Book of World Record like weigh-in for these people with like giant vegetables and stuff. It was pretty. A lot of old guys there, but they you know, like old farmer guys and stuff. But the one dude has like three world records. I forget his name. It was Peter something. He has 3 world records for growing like the largest turnip or some shit, and like the largest radish, and then I think the other was a carrot or something. But yeah, he was said that he got to meet Snoop Dogg at an event because Snoop Dogg was asking him grow tips and shit. I was laughing about that. But
That's cool.
I thought that was pretty cool, man. They got these like giant vegetable, like it was all kinds of shit, like the longest fucking whatever bean, bush bean, and like one dude won, like the longest ever, world record for the tallest leek, I think was the one. And because I've seen them with the pumpkins before, I didn't realize they did it for like onions and tomatoes and all kinds of shit.
Dude, that's zucchini.
The
My
fans
grandpa
around
used to grow better than me.
Yeah.
Garden, everything.
They have the 4-H club. They have the competitions. Ooh, sorry, fingers. Sorry.
I was just showing a picture. That's it. Go ahead.
I forgot I got Mike in my ear. You probably hear me chewing like crazy, can't you? No.
That's cool, Green Fingers. So he was into that too?
Yeah, he fucking taught me how to grow. That's how I learned how to grow anything. That where the corn used to be, that's where my garden became. That's where I used to grow. My first like 15 years of growing was right there.
That's
like
dope.
just cannabis. Like after he let me, he's like, yeah, you and your uncle can grow it back there. Just don't get in trouble. Like, so like all my videos of my past on my Instagram, that's where that corn is all cannabis after that. Like from then on. Like, yeah, he taught me that it's just good soil in the middle of the desert, Palm Desert, great soil, and he got that kind of vegetables, fucking giant, fucking bountiful, just because it used to be fucking, well, it's all covered in salt, so it's like it's all agricultural ground now. Everywhere out here, literally everywhere. If you Google Maps, it's all covered. From here to Mexico, it's all fucking just all agricultural land now.
Really,
all corn and
all the way
fucking-
around the penis-shaped lake.
Yeah, it's all fucking green squares now because, well, half of it's green and half of it's brown. Down by the balls it's green and down by the shaft it's brown.
Oh
So it's
man,
been digging to somebody's rear end. You've been digging
Right?
somebody out.
say it's
Gotta wash
fucked
that
up,
dick
man.
off.
It's
Got a
fucked
chocolate
up.
bar. Chocolate barred it. Yeah, but that's my grandpa. The fucking civic leader. Fucking my grandma tore the picture in half because she was mad at him before. So she's like, "You left me first," because he died first. So we got the same name. That's my name. Well, that's my name.
Nice, man. That's cool though.
That's why
It's
people
got
think
me
it's a fake
curious,
name.
dude. I was like, I don't know, starting to see that stuff. There's one old guy I watch, and I don't know that there were any rules around it, but the one old guy I watch too, or I follow him, fuck, it's some weird name too on Instagram, but he grows in the the one buckets that fill from the bottom. I'm drawing a blank on
Autopots?
Autopots, yeah, autopots with can of nutrients, and he grows these onions that are like the size of your head, like this.
Yeah.
And they're all just beautiful, perfect, identical onions, and they're every one of them's in its own fucking autopot, and he runs can of nutrients to it or whatever. He's like sponsored
Hope
by
he
it.
flushes.
I'm sure his wife makes him flush.
Okay. That's nice toilet humor for everybody.
I don't know, man. Yeah, he just whatever. It's a pretty interesting thing, I guess. Now that I'm kind of thinking in my head for next year, I'm like, I wonder if I could grow some kind of a giant fucking veggie here.
Anyone ever watch Andrew Zimmern, Bizarre Foods?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would taste someone, he'd be like, it's got an
Occasionally.
irony, minerally taste. I could see someone eating that onion and be like, it's got a Cal Maggie taste.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that would come through in the food flavor either. I mean, they're just arguing whether it's debatable, whether it's there in the other flavor too. So
Right. I think the food,
Well,
it doesn't
if
really
it's an
come through.
onion and it's in the medium, it's on contact with the thing you're gonna eat, right? Nutrient solution.
And it's sucking up. It'd be like double because it's a root vegetable. Yeah. Cut your onions in half to save the bottom. And it's in the
Well, then
water.
again, if he's doing it just to break records, he's not gonna eat it, right? It's complete waste at that point.
they're highly sought after. So
Oh, okay.
dude, a lot of the food gets fed that way. Like I don't know. That's how
Malorganite?
With what?
This shit back in the day, it's probably got a different name now, Malorganite, but it's sewage refuge, poop. It turned poop into nutrients, like our poop,
Yeah.
human poop, street people,
Malor-
McDonald's burgers, poops, and that kind of thing. Boil that
Yeah.
all down, turn it into nutrients. Malorganite.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel too.
Oh,
Like I used to follow the guy,
Poop
Malorganite.
channel.
Fucking pretty badass though.
Yeah. And then you can feed your plants fucking pharmaceuticals, Pepto-Bismol, Viagra.
What?
If your plants can't get it up,
No,
you
I'm
give them
just talking
Viagra.
shit. No, I'm talking shit now because it was a aspirin and acetaminophen and salicylic acid. And
Or you give them Sprite.
don't give your plants Pepto-Bismol. Don't do it. Just because Red Pill said it. It's not going to turn your buds pink. It's not going to taste like bubble gum either.
No, but put real licorice at the base of your plant
Oh shit.
because that will keep all bugs around. I mean, away. Damn, I said it backwards.
That's all we
It's
nerd
supposed to-
call back.
Yeah, it's supposed to keep the bugs away, but it keeps them there because they like sugar. Yeah? So it's like, fuck, now I got ants in my fucking garden. What the fuck's that from? Well, shouldn't have put licorice in your fucking plant.
Did anyone run that strain sub made Licorice Lord?
No, I didn't get to run nothing that he fucking had. I was broke at the time. Dead broke. And then when he's like, yeah, I'll give you some gear,
Which one?
I was embarrassed.
Tito?
Which one was it?
I forget what that one.
Tito Dave Veriano. Is that the one
Dave-
you're talking about?
He said, Dave,
I think it
I
was
can't
just
say it.
called, there was one called Licorice Lord, wasn't there?
Not
Licorice
that.
something?
I don't remember what.
Hmm.
For real? I don't remember what.
Go look at it. I do got a menu over here. I don't know if it was more of a modern one though. I feel like one of the last ones. I'm sorry if you hear
Menu
mail
with
chains
13.
jingling.
Menu with 13 cultivars only. Well, that was the original first one, I think.
No, it's this menu.
Oh, my bad.
There was a tester. or maybe even brought on forth from that'd be in the Badger lineup if there's electric.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah.
He had lots of irons in the fire.
Alrighty then.
So many crickets.
Crickets. Isn't that what I heard?
Where
I got
was Tao
crickets.
tonight for the annual showing of his face?
Oh, what the hell?
No, right?
Yeah. Well, we didn't talk about fucking. We didn't whisper pistols enough. I don't think
True.
nobody said it once.
True.
What y'all smoking on?
See.
Just
Yeah.
finished
Oh,
smoking Kind of Loco.
damn. I'm ghetto as fuck, yo. So don't judge me. I'm smoking on this one. Fuck it. That one's not
I've
dry enough
smoked
to
it off
smoke.
the vine many a time, Trip. Or Robert. Screen fingers many a times. Right there. Click. Pick one off.
Yeah, I'm gonna snap this one up. Just a little snap. I'm not rolling joints tonight because I don't got much. So, well, I gotta wait for it to dry. So that's the next step. Dry. The camera don't do me no justice.
Especially when it's new. Especially when it's new. I'll fucking snap some off. Get a little quick taste. Terrible. Terrible like that.
How do you dry? You nuke it? You nuke it real quick? No, nuke
Oh
it.
God,
I
no.
used
God,
My-
no.
What
Just
what
as
do you
soon
do?
as it's ready.
Oh, I
Yeah,
get
you
it.
can
Yeah,
try
yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I know people who nuke it. I did years and years ago, but I haven't for years. I wait till it's just ready. Plenty of shit to smoke.
Even when it's
But I have to
new?
smoke it anyway. Smoke once a day, twice a day.
I mean, it's like a present to me when it's that new, though. It's like
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta get a taste. I've been waiting, man. I gotta have it.
Yeah, I got this gallon
That's-
for 12. Can't wait, man. Really good. It's making me drool just trimming it. It's like,
Hi, Charlie.
Oh,
I've got a good video of you. Hard. Okay, guys, hold on here.
oh, Buddha.
Sure. I'm a little under the weather, guys. I don't think it's the bad word thing. It's like a 3-day cold. But let me tell you something. When you got a damn cold these days, it's actually kind of haunting.
Is it? I think I feel sick every day. I might have something wrong with me. So yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. All right, guys. So anyway, I've been under the weather.
Yeah. That's
Very
good.
You know.
good, man. Hopefully you feel
oh,
better.
yeah, that's good boy.
I'm sorry to say that I haven't even smoked weed in 2 days. When I get a cold, I didn't want it to go down, didn't want it to go down here, you know. But I think at the 420, I'll just have a small puff. So I came to see you guys. I wasn't even going to come on because I've been being a little bit of a bitch, but I'm letting you know I'm like physically ailing. Not bad, but enough that my sleep has been compromised and things like that. And I feel a little better now. But God bless any of you out there who have loved ones or are not feeling 100% yourself, because it's like this. It's hard times and stressful, and you need to keep that immune system up. Common cold can be a bitch just itself.
Hope you feel better soon, man.
Oh, thanks, guys. But I was listening to you guys talking about the fun stuff there, and I just had to jump on. Like the one thing I'll say is, like, I did say it in the chat, but something that happens here in Alaska is we have the Japanese come up here to look at the aurora, but there's like part of their mythology or their mythos there in Japan is that if you make love under the aurora, it's going to be auspicious for your child. So people come up here specifically for that. And it's kind of funny, but it's like there is some type of mystical feeling about them. Although some people claim they've heard them make like crackling noises and things like that, but I've never heard any auditory experiences from that. What I have heard though is like the crackling of the trees as the wind is blowing them in really cold Arctic night. You can hear every sound kind of like travels, and it's like I said, a mystical experience. So if you have the pleasure of seeing the aurora tonight, well, try to persuade your partner to procreate. See how it goes for you.
Red pill charges extra for that.
Today, right? That was a good response. Well, anyway, hey, Zoot
That's
Suit,
awesome.
you got this.
I love hearing
What you
that.
up to, Daddy?
What's
You're
that,
rocking it.
Buddha?
Oh, I'm saying he's wearing a zoot suit back in like 1930s and say at Los Angeles, the Latinos wore these zoot suits. They were like one-piece suits that and straight stuff and
Chicago.
all this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
actually, there was a racial riot in LA where the cops came down on them, you know, and there was like basically a big game.
Yeah.
And I don't know the ins and outs of it, but one of the musicians talks about it. Ry Cooder actually speaks of it on one of his albums. Ry Cooder was like, he played on the Rolling Stones and he was a blues man. Everybody knows who he was, maybe.
Yeah. It was called it was the Zoot Suit Riot. It was between the Navy men and the Zoot Suiters. The
Clubs, the swing, swinging clubs, whatever they call it, jazz clubs. Back then, hands came up to your friggin' chest. Big chain, the watch chain.
That's right.
The oversized
The little
jacket, real long tail, almost tails on the jacket or something.
I think that like they have used that imagery for some of his comics too. The guy who did like the Keep On Trucking thing, you know, the Grateful Dead illustrator from the 60s, 70s. He would draw that. I forget what this was.
Shakedown Street, isn't that what he's wearing on Shakedown Street, I think, right?
You got it, man.
Yeah.
Because if we don't remember this shit, nobody will, dude.
That's right, man. That's right.
So glad to have came up in the time you did. You know, I'm not old. I'm actually really young. But and I tell you what, growing up in the 70s was the best thing that happened to me.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've
anybody
seen him many times. My older brother's actually in one of the videos in Oakland at one of the New Year's Eve in Cali back in '89, I think it is, right there in the front row, or right to the left of the stage. Plain as day, just happened to get caught on camera. Yeah.
Grateful Dead came to Alaska in 1980. I remember seeing the posters for it, but I really didn't know what the Grateful Dead was. But I do actually have a pin here that I inherited from 1974. I don't know where I put this to see this. It says the Grateful Dead, and it has a picture of Jerry, and it's got all those Hunter. And this is
right on, man.
So I would like to give this to a Deadhead sometime, but it's like this. I'm really only into the record Working Man's Dead and about 15 or 20 songs, but it's like
Dick's Picks is just that's all I listen to sometimes in my car. But my brother's an encyclopedia, my older brother, literally an encyclopedia.
Oh. Well, memory is a great thing, right? He keeps us straight, right?
There's a guy on Instagram. There's a guy called the Warlock on Instagram. He actually reproduces. He's a few years older than I am. He's probably in his late 60s, early 70s, but he reproduces all the old stuff from pins to like pins like that. But then he's got the the cast iron pins that he does.
Oh, cool.
everything from working man, and he hand makes them all, and and they're cheap. You can get like 5 for like 10, he does deals every day, 5 for $10, and he'll throw in all these steal your face or shakedown stickers that he makes, and yeah, he's real old school dead man. Just his own little cottage industry that he runs, and he does really well. Because I was going to get a few things a couple of years ago, and he's always, first come first serve. He'll post something in 20 minutes. It's sold out. Because he only has a limited amount. But yeah, super inexpensive. The quality stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you ever want to check him out, and he's, like I said, he's older than me, man. I've been doing this for
Sounds
50
like his heart
years.
is in the right place, right? Because he's getting this
Great
stuff
vibes
out.
too, man. Great vibes. That's all I can say. You can
He's
feel
done an episode, Charlie.
the wizard.
Warlock,
The warlock. I don't think
Warlock's
it's the same.
been on.
Yeah, it's not the same guy. This is.
You don't think so?
No,
He
this guy.
talked to this.
He doesn't
Memory
grow.
serves me right. He talked about being in the music industry, if I remember right.
Yeah, right. No, this dude is. He doesn't grow or anything. He just does this little sticker thing. Look him up. I haven't been on, but I actually can't get off. I go on Instagram and show you the page. Yeah. I actually was on Instagram the other day, just DMing me or somebody. I think I can text you on your phone. I almost texted you earlier tonight, you know that? Because I've been here for 2 days ago. I almost texted you earlier. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to say happy Halloween to the dude. It's been a minute, you know what I mean? So I was glad to see you on tonight. That's why I jumped on so quick. Just always good to see you, man.
It's overgrowing your house.
What's that? I'm sorry, Buddha.
I'm just joking when I say this. Admiring your lush plants and your nice canopy. I said it looks like your garden is overgrowing your house.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's not. Well, it's a facility. I don't grow in my house.
Oh yeah. Excuse me.
But you're right though. You're right. Earlier tonight, I was saying how it's just out of control. I got to take clones, and I've been procrastinating. Plus, I've been really, really busy because my schedule's kind of changed, and I got a couple other places I got to do too. At least do a hit and run every day. They're more automated than this place. But this place is just my little, kind of like fun spot to be exact.
So hit them while they're at their peak, right?
Yeah, exactly. I gave them a nice shot yesterday. They are nice and healthy, and they're stacked in there. So I have too many for too little airflow, especially on the floor. So they're not pushing out. They just, they're growing up. Well, the ones right behind me, directly behind me, are more straight up, and I'm going to use those for clones. Okay. And then the ones in the farther ones, they're in 5 gallon. These are only in like 1 gallon right behind me. The ones are like 4 feet high, 3 feet high, 3.5, whatever they are. They're only 1 gallon. The other ones under the Thowie and the 8 light T5 and the LED, they're in 5 gallons. It's like 20 or something, 5 gallon pots, 25 or something. So they got to get in.
I love those T5 8 bangers. They're very versatile. You can turn on the outer array or the inner array or whatever, and you can. I've got small space for mine, but it really has done me well.
Yeah, even the 6 light that's right behind me, that's a good one for the 6 and an 8. And I like doing that. That's like when I get here and I'm exhausted and I don't want to water them right away, and I can, just lower the light for a few hours while I take a nap or something like that. If I left them full blast, 3 hours they'd be wilting. So I turn them down so I can get a couple hour nap and they won't wilt on me. It's really convenient. Plus I've had them for ages. I think I've had them both. They've been good to me. I've had them for like 7, 8 years, 9 years maybe. I know the 6 is like 9 years, maybe even 10. But awesome. The 8 is like it's 6 years old or something. So the balance have worked well.
Yeah.
So,
mine is.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say my brand is Quantum, and Quantum was a brand that was kind of popular. So
I run their ballast. Quantum ballast.
Yeah, I run ballast too, and they're pretty good quality. And I'm very happy with that purchase. I never had to repurchase it.
Yeah, I've heard horrible reviews, right? Like on Amazon, and I'm fortunate because I have a grocery store and I can go there. when I bought 8 of them like year and a half ago or something, and they gave me a really good deal. They matched what was on Amazon at the time. It was only like $140 each or something.
That's a good deal. That's
for
good.
the Thowies. You know what I mean? I wouldn't get any smaller than Thowie, but yeah, they were like 140, and believe me, I was in shock when I saw it on Amazon. And they had to do the match at the store. That's their little thing. They're gonna match it. Now I get 20% off no matter what anyway, which is like the highest they give even their employees at the store. But that was crazy because they were selling them for $190, $195, whatever it was in the store. So I got a good rapport with the guys, the manager, everything. So I said, will you match it? He didn't want to do it, but he's like, not my store. I gotta do it. He goes, I'll do it for you. Plus, I spend a lot of money there. So,
right.
You know what I mean? So if he didn't do it,
excuse me, every single ballast I've ever bought, whether it's high end or low end of the electronic type, they had a lifespan. I'm just saying, I've had the Quantum, do its life cycle. I've had the Solace Tech do its lifestyles. I've had the Lumatex do the lifestyle. I'm just saying, honestly, I think just have a shelf life. So, always have a couple extra in case something goes down or a magnetic on hand or whatever, back you up because they will let you down. I'm sorry to say that. And I'm loyal. I'm brand loyal. So it's like, but I'll tell you, I'll probably buy another Solace Tech because I just think that, it's just kind of comes with the territory. But here's the deal, and I'll not monopolize this. Simply stated, I'm going in the direction of the CMH. I have a couple of those now, and I'm going to get a whole bunch more because I just think that they're more versatile. I like versatility. I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I might be going big. I might be going small.
Yep. Never a bad thing. Options are always awesome.
Yeah.
You guys talk about
Quantums,
that older
sorry, go ahead.
Technology a little bit there. I was going to chime in when you guys were talking about the fucking generators. That's the bitch about right there. I mean, Mr. Buddha Boy in Alaska there, I know you kind of had some power outages. And Charlie's farm, or Miranda Family's farm having his 4-day outage there. When I've got generators, I've got 4,000 or 5,000 watts here run. I have one little guy that runs my well, and I climb down in the pit and I actually plug in the well. You know what I mean? I bypass everything. So I don't want to burn up that well motor no matter what. So that's on a clean circuit. And then I start running the important things, one 5,000 for the house, just for the lights. And then I run one in for the fucking refrigerator, stove. And then I have 5,000 left to run the grow. And but on that 5,000, I'm not even thinking about firing up them fucking HPS lights, man. Not even thinking about it. But these LEDs now they're fucking generator emergency ready. The LEDs are something you can throw cord to, fire up, and run business as usual. But man, I ain't taking the chance on blowing out a ballast or a bulb trying to run that shit on fucking a generator.
Yeah. I mean, I've been able to. I over the years I've had generators. I would if we had an outage and I had to run it, I'd run it, just enough light to keep them, if it was their light cycle, just enough to maybe, turn a light on or something, you know what I mean? And, years and years ago. But I wouldn't run, I would never think of running like friggin' all my ballast or anything. That's why I'm looking more towards this. Buddha was saying, going CMH. I'm definitely looking to throw the budget in the next, 6 months, maybe a year, LED. I'm done with these HBSs. I tried a couple of, 1,000-watt equivalent boards, Bloom Boss, and then I can't even remember what the other one was. And they did an absolutely fantastic job. Absolutely right next to 2 double-ended. I did them, I staggered them, you know what I mean? I had a four light room, and this was just last year. I still have the room, but I don't have the LEDs. But I was able to use 2 of the the boom bust thousands. And I mean, one of the boom bust thousands. I forget what the other one was. And I had them side by side with two double ended, 1,000-watt, 1100, and they did just as good a job as the 1100 double ended. You know what I mean?
No?
Super lumen double ended, just as well. Yep. I was shocked. I was so happy.
With the generators, from my experience, the old timers in Alaska always used for diesel generators. We're talking about homesteader, dope growers type of guys, miners, whatever. They use the Lister generator because Lister generators like the top of the line, ... diesel generator, 5,000, whatever, 10,000, big industrial size, and you can let them go forever. Okay. But for the home type of thing, I think Miranda was saying he didn't like the noise. Well, the Honda generators are the best value of a modern generator because they have the clean signal electronically, and they're very quiet. They have ones, I think they're called the IE series or something like that. So you can get a 1,000 just for your like camping, 2,000, whatever, 3,000. I don't think they go much higher than that, but they purr. They don't use hardly any fuel, and they put out a clean signal. You can run your laptop and your electronics on them. But I'm sure that somebody must be using that technology for like, say, a 5K. But me personally, I have like a 500, and it's where I'm at is a small outbuilding, so I'm not pulling a lot of power here. So I can keep my plants happy and alive, with that generator. Anyway, with a $500 generator. So I've got a generator. Oh yeah. I've got a generator.
Seriously. Menards, saving money in Menards. When I moved up here, we had power outages, and all the natives fucking told me that, well, yeah, it's pretty frequent. That's when I ran out and bought them. But when I ran over to Menards, Traverse City there, they had the iPower brand, like the iPower that you see, the iPower ballast and stuff. They had those. I think I paid $225 for each one of those 5,000 iPowers, and they've been good to me. I can't bitch. They're not very loud, but they've been, for the price. I can't complain at all about them generators at all.
Bought mine at Sportsman's Warehouse when they were having a big, huge snowfall and the power outages was starting. And it was like, I had cash in my pocket and I just said, fuck it. I'm going to just go over there. I was at Barnes and Noble, one box store. I walked over to the warehouse and got in line behind 3 other people. And I picked that one out. And I tell you what, I'm glad I did because, A, it was a long power outage. And secondly, like you say, the quality of it wasn't too bad. I have a cabin down in South Central, the other region of Alaska near the water, and I've kept it for years and years in a doghouse. The doghouse had a roof that you could lift up, and it's insulated, so nobody has fucking stolen that thing in like over 12 years. I'm not joking. Nobody will ever steal that fucking generator because they can't see it. And there's a bunch of grass over it. And I don't go there sometimes for a couple of years. So it's like this. It's just so fucking funny. If you want to hide something, hide it in plain sight and preferably in a doghouse.
I learned that that's a good lesson. And I also learned that one from American Gangster movie.
Tell us, Red 12.
Frank Lucas had all his money stashed in the doghouse.
Oh, you're kidding me. That's fucking cool.
Yeah. Yeah. In the movie, I don't know if it was as bad as what they did in real life, but, not so nice things happened to the dogs to get to the doghouse.
That was Denzel in that film. I didn't read the book. I don't know if there's a book. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember it. It's a while.
That's
Robert, what's with?
I like that idea.
If I'd left that generator right anywhere there, I mean, the people are nice as shit up there, but they would fucking steal it. I'm sorry, somebody would. My neighbor probably, just the way it goes. I mean,
That
I
has
wouldn't
to be
expect them to
what the
be
most
better.
stolen item in Alaska, right? A generator.
Oh yeah, generators, oil stoves, like a monitor stove, which is a kind of a high-tech drip stove type of thing. They're like $2,000 stoves. They'll pull that out of your house and fucking let the oil drip on the floor. There's some nasty people up here too, crankheads or whatever. I mean, but here's the deal. Let's not be negative. I mean, things exist. There's like people are going to be that way. But in general, Alaskans are like, they're pretty protective of their property. So those guys are taking some pretty high risks when they're doing that type of behavior.
Yeah.
So I don't know if where my mind would just went is living off grid and getting energy outside of the generator. Once you have that, it's really hard for me to find because it's all the way back in my like playlist, and I can't remember the channel name or what the title was the video. But I watched the video. There's two different versions of basically the same thing, but obtaining two different results. One is fuel in liquid form. It's like kerosene all the way up to like octane that you can collect. And all you need is plastic trash, like thin, crinkable, whatever you would call it, crunchable plastic. And you get like, this guy had all repurposed stuff. So like things that you would find at like trash dumps and on the side of the road and stuff like that. But in theory, basically you have a little fuel source. Forget what kind it was. It was like one of those little wicks that just drops one little bit of fuel constantly. And it's in a big blower pipe. And that big blower pipe heats up all your plastic trash. And then it has basically a distillation apparatus that collects all the remnants of whatever fumes off from that plastic. So you're recycling plastic into fuel that you can use on a generator. That's one thing. And then all your paper trash, wood trash, stuff like that, cardboard, miscellaneous burnable items. There's like a method for compacting it, and you make like bricks of it, and you can use that in a wood stove that's connected to a steam generator. And you can like use all your trash to generate fire to heat water for steam for electric generation too. I watched a lot of
far.
Yeah.
Is that the video with the guy with the 50-gallon drum, the blue 50-gallon drum?
The one that was doing the petroleum thing or the oil reclaiming thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was either black or blue, one of the two.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
It was almost perpetual running because the fuel that's used to run the machine is what you get in the process of running it. So as long as you have trash, which there's no shortage of, you can keep feeding the machine.
That's what the title was called too. Making energy with trash, using trash. Either way, but that's how you might find it if anybody's looking out there for it. That's making energy using trash.
Well, I would call that some fucking Mother Earth news shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You ever read Mother Earth magazine? It's like from the 1970s. It's probably still being published. It's like a Back to the Land publication that, is kind of mainstream though. But all those recycling, running your car off of cordwood and all that shit, corn cobs and all that shit and ethanol. And they've been talking about that stuff since since I was born, essentially.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what if you want to watch another two documentaries you can watch. I think it's How Big Oil Conquered the World and Why Big Oil Conquered the World. But it's literally like 5 hours long complete, but it's all the history of basically the oil barons and the technology they snuffed out and how things were supposed to be played out, and like electric vehicles were supposed to be, those are 100+ years old, and alternative fuel sources and all that. They got rid of. Cannabis is tied in there too.
Well, the electronic vehicle, and most people know this, was what existed before the combustion engine.
Yeah, because even my family sold golf carts since the 60s too, so like electric golf carts. So like somebody had to think of it way before that, like put it together. They didn't think of it overnight.
I can't remember all of them. It was like Philadelphia, St. Louis. There's like, I think a half dozen or maybe even like 10 cities by the 19 teens already had electric car rail systems, like electric trolleys everywhere going to and fro. And they got, ruled out or whatever, bureaucrated, regulated right out of use, shut down. And it was obviously for some good intent back then, but really what it was is just you trying to get to buy a oil or, a gas combustion engine. Not like it's not necessarily a bad thing. I like going fast, but there is a evilness to all that too. Go ahead.
I think that was the case in Los Angeles as well. I think they there was my brain isn't, if I remembered every fucking thing I heard, I would be a nut.
Yeah.
Okay. First. Right. So, but in LA, I think they did that. They pulled up the trolleys and then put in the buses, and it was all kind of conspiratorial.
They literally bought them out. They literally bought the trolleys and then pulled them all out and had a deal worked with. Yeah, it was like Chevrolet, Standard Oil, and Firestone, because then all
the rubber
were Chevys running Firestone tires.
Yep.
Burning their gas.
Yep. And that was that was the monopoly, the takeover that they needed to get rid of all kinds of different industries.
Also, another thing I worried about is when everyone was like, let's break up these social media barons, Twitter, and make them a public utility. The first thing that came to my mind when people said that was like, how the very first billionaire was made? It was when they told John Rockefeller to break up his oil business, and he had to sell it all, and he became the world's first billionaire. Yeah.
He didn't sell it all. He
had to force to break it up and
all up. Yeah, and made it into different things, but yeah,
but that made him a billionaire doing that. So it made me think like, well, if these tech giants basically do the same thing, it's going to make them trillionaires. The world's first trillionaires are going to be tech giants. Great.
We already have trillionaires.
What, the Saudi princes?
TK asked.
Rothschilds are $500 trillion. Go ahead.
Red Pill, what was the name of that documentary? TK is asking in the chat.
How big oil conquered the world? Why big oil conquered the world? There's two of them. How and why big oil conquered the world. If you can still find them. The original channel that I found them on, I think is, someone has to re-uploaded it.
Yeah.
So.
It sounds like, the concept kind of like a frontline from PBS. They do documentaries kind of like, is Walmart good for America? They had one in like 2006 called that. Of course, hypothetically speaking, of course it's not, but they outlined, the potential ramifications of it. And you know what? 98% of what they said in that documentary was true. So there you go. What they did back then was they would pressure their wholesalers or their vendors of batteries, Rayovac batteries, Rubbermaid products, and all of that. They would global them to the point where they would basically have to produce in Mexico or elsewhere.
Same documentary, it talked about them being like guilting their workers into like free time after work and stuff like that. I actually asked the Walmart employee if they kind of did that to them, tried to get more time out of them, free time. And they said all the time. I'm like, there's no way for a cheap mom and dad type shop, your employment. Yeah, I would go that extra mile, get some free time here and there. Walmart, stay and put in an extra hour or whatever, cover for nothing. Not a chance.
No, they don't cover for nothing. They get a gift card. So they're off the clock, but they're still working for free. So here's your gift card for $35, whatever. But so they get something, but it's not because my aunt used to work for them. So my mom's best friend, she's like my aunt. Yeah, she used to rob from them a lot too. Cause like, yeah, she's like, that's bullshit. Fuck that. Just let people take stuff all the time. Like, they're pretty crazy. It's like whatever. But yeah, she used to work in the electronics section. You get away with a lot in electronics.
I feel like there's going to be trends that cross, and you're going to see viral videos of people robbing stores wearing overalls.
No, MC Hammer pants and overalls. 'Cause you
Oh,
need the
that'd be
support underneath.
more hilarious. So what if there's a contest? What if there's one of those new challenges, like the crate thing, where
Who
the
could hold
winner,
more
the more
stuff?
sillier the
Yeah.
pants that you can wear while robbing the store, you get some kind of cred. I don't know why, but
I don't think you can run in a pair of hammer pants without them catching fire, can you?
Well, once they're full of stuff, you really can't move nowhere because it's gonna hit the floor. It's gonna be like you took a giant shit. It's gonna be like sitting there holding your waist. It's like, ugh. Like, come on. So, yeah.
That's 20.
There was definitely no such thing as like jumping and like, I mean, jump dancing, yeah, to make it look cool, but you were like jumping a fence in no hammer pants. You were fucking done.
Yeah. A dog would catch you instantly too. If you're running from a dog, it's just like catch you and throw you around. 20, right? Cheers.
cheers.
Cheers. Happy 420. And just to have him look over and catch it.
Yeah, I heard Smiley say it. Happy 420.
Cheers, Smiley. Working on some seeds over there.
So neat.
Shit ton.
I don't blame you.
These outdoor ones are really nice though.
Which ones are you plucking there?
Can a seed be sexy?
Yeah.
Cheers.
This one
Cheers,
is
Simon.
the sky color Kush female got hit by the high mac male, and then I ran that out and it got pollinated by the Sunset Impressions F2. And also that same move, so.
All right.
Cheers,
Thanks for
Tony.
putting me off. Yes.
Cheers,
Tony.
guys. Happy Halloween.
Cheers.
Happy Halloween.
Red Pill. I didn't even know who you were at first. I had to look like 2-3 times and then look at the name tag. Holy shit, that's Red Pill, dude. You are a pimp, man. You're looking good.
Yeah.
You just gotta get you to the strip club looking like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at, that's him right there.
So how'd you guys do? Did you get a big haul or what, man?
No. My dog did. It was also his birthday, so he got some extra treats. It's all treats for him, no tricks.
No.
No.
My kids scored huge, man. People were just like dumping stuff right into the bags, just handfuls of it. It wasn't like, here's one for you. They were just like, here, just take it. I think they went like about 15 houses and my daughters came back and both their bags were just jam packed. I was like, oh man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they got about, I don't know, I would say probably like 6 bags full of candy. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. Thank God they're taking it back to their mom's house.
Dude, I remember that being a sport. We used to just try to see how many fucking houses we could hit just cause we'd like run and shit. Be like, no, I can't walk. I gotta get to the next one and shit.
Dude, we'd rip through the neighborhood, go home, change costumes, and go back again. Go home, do it again. We'd hit it 3 times, man. We'd be out there at 10 o'clock at night. People like, get the fuck out of here. Go to bed, man.
The cleanup crew, yeah, the cleanup crew is the best because then you get after everybody. So like they got too much candy or whatever. And they're like, just take the whole fucking bowl. You know, you're like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That was the best. You get in there late, man, come by and swing through. And then, yeah, people are just like, here, take the whole thing.
You don't gotta You had me at 3 costumes. I could have been a pimp, Bob Ross, and a mad scientist.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could do all that.
Yeah.
And you could be a funky grower too, man, if you want to throw that in there. Just throw a pot leaf up there somewhere on your lapel.
Make like a ghillie suit.
Should have
but it's a
combined
living
them.
wound.
Bob Ross, the pimp.
Bob Ross the pimp. There you go.
Just change
Red
the hat
Pill.
to an afro, right?
Yeah, show the pendant that spins with the pot leaf, with the weed leaf.
Big old
I love
fucking
that.
paintbrush
That thing's fun.
cane.
Paintbrush cane. And that dude would talk you into any one of those chicks he had too. Guarantee it. She's lovely. Look at these.
Did have a pimp cane. Where the hell did that go?
He's got
That
the
is
diamond
funny,
cane
fucking
though.
so-
Nice.
Tony, so good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. Happy
Imagine you doing
Halloween.
Oh yeah, happy
Tony still
Halloween.
got me thinking about the fucking Bob Ross. He'd be paint. You could be pimp Bob Ross, and you could paint your hoes doing sexual acts.
That'll work.
How long till YouTube shuts that down?
That's actually a job in prison.
Oh shit. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it any longer. I had to get it out of my head.
There's a song and it goes like this. It's nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try.
You guys are off.
Hey guys, my internet was so funny. I had not plugged it in and it ran out of batteries and it was like hotter than hell and it was throwing out radiation and spitting fire and I was like, fuck dude, calm down. I'll just plug you in. Yeah,
So
everybody's pretty mellow. I like it.
Yeah, I'm beat, man. I've been out running around all day, and then we hung out with Chad Westport for a little bit today, and
Oh yeah.
on this little show. I don't even know what show that is. It's the Chad Westport Music Extravaganza show.
Fucking cool.
Yeah, it was fun, man. He's like, hey, man, he just reaches out.
You're the house band for good times. Catachronic. What the fuck? I mean, it's just like with the times, we'll say back then. Remember when we used to watch FCP or whatever, like for, 20 hours a week and they had music and they had all this shit and they got like 3 channels and, before they shut the internet down.
Yeah, right. Those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days.
You're probably not far off.
Well, censorship is like, honestly, it's kind of like the bread and butter of a totalitarian state. So don't you worry. So here's the one thing. We don't got to be little pricks out there and try to censor one another and be language police and all of that because the state's going to do it for us. You can't say anything when you don't got a tongue.
Right on. Exactly.
Hate to say that. I mean, when people start telling people what to say and not to say, I kind of think, man, that's not quite right. That's
or
not the way we do it.
Guilt you for saying something.
Yeah.
Dude, if you want to get mad at me for calling, an obvious narrow leaf cultivar a fucking sativa, then you got a problem. What do you care what I think about that? Right. I can call my wife what I want. She's my wife. I mean, I'm not ignorant. I figured this one out maybe the difference between an indica and a sativa pretty early on. I think it must have been in the 80s. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
I know it's based off math in some stuff in some cases, but the ones that always crack me up is where they're like, oh, it's 70% or 40%. And maybe that's throughout the population now too, more I think about it. But early on, I always thought, how the fuck do they know that that's 30% sativa in there? You know what I mean? What if it's
Right.
35%? Huh?
Right. What if it's 32.74%?
You're right.
Holy shit, that'll blow your mind, right? Does it
DJ
really
Short-
fucking matter at the end of the day? I mean, you know, a funny thing, right? So I'm smoking hash because all I have is hash. And then I'm not getting high from the hash. And then someone offers me a joint and I'm like, well, fuck, why would I even want to do that? That's less than the hash, right? I smoke the joint anyways and I get smoked off my ass. High as fuck.
Interesting.
You know. So,
Oh,
and that was
a lot
at 17% THC, I believe that strain was at the time. So, again, you know, something that shouldn't fuck me up. So, what is
Right.
it then? Is it the terpenes then? Because I was smoking hash that was almost pure and I'm not getting any to terp value. So, I'm smoking hash for a week. I'm not smoking any terps. And as soon as I smoke something with terps in it, bam, I'm fucking really loaded. It was like smoke, you know, it was almost like taking a break from smoking. You know how you take a break for a couple of days and you go back and you hit it. You're like, wow, oh, you know.
That's actually how it was with the distillate. You know, I was dabbing distillate all day. You know, as soon as I had shatter again, it was almost like getting high all over the first time again.
Yeah, there's something to it.
A lot of hash has CBN, you know, especially when these chunks of hash have been floating around for years. You know, you don't think that the fresh Afghani hash or the, you know, stuff comes here that's fresh. And when it turns red, it does actually turn red if you keep a piece of hash for the longest time. It turns into something else. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I'm just saying, I think the actual composite of what you're talking about is a little different. And secondly, even if you were smoking hash, if you had a hardcore sativa, you'd still get that racy, crazy shit because hash isn't necessarily that. Now, what I'd do is I'd smoke a little hash and then smoke a little bit of, you know, the sativa and try to get a blend out of it, a synergistic effect. But it's like this, we smoke what we have, you know. I mean, I think it's probably all good. And I know what you're saying, though, is like, I don't want to like downgrade what I do, but sometimes like you say, somebody will offer you a joint or something like that, and you'll be like, fuck, I don't smoke Blue Dream, or I don't smoke, you know, Skittles or whatever the fuck it is, Runts. Those are all good, by the way, I'm sure. But it's like this. Sometimes we just smoke what we have.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing for sure, man. It's really interesting. So that's why I love it.
The whole, yeah. I end up smoking the whole plant myself. I give a little bit to my family, and I don't, you know, I don't turn anything over really. So it's like, I mean, I basically make the bed I lay in, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm so connected or attached to those plants, because it's like this, you know. I mean, I don't want to take down a room of plants right now because I planted those plants way back at the beginning of summer. I had them veg outside. I had a lush time. I had a great time. Actually, they're not that old. They're midsummer. But I love them, and I don't even want to take them down. I think they're actually starting to, like, maybe, you know, like go into re-veg. They're not. But I'm just saying, everybody has a different motivation. As long as I have weed, I have weed, you know. But if I take down those plants, I'm not going to have those plants in there. But I got to put these other plants in there. So everybody has a different way of doing it. You know, I'm tired of acting like I'm an expert, because really I'm not. I'm just a home grower who likes to grow some head stash. And, you know, honestly, I don't smoke other people's weed. If you guys were here, I'd probably smoke some of your weed. But it's like this. I don't have any close friends that I would consider smoking any of their weed. And I'm certainly not going to smoke some dispensary weed that somebody hands me. Not at all. Won't do it. Why should I? I grow my own. They can smoke mine.
Yeah, it's weird, you know, when you first start growing, at least for me, and I've heard a couple people say you first start growing and it's almost like you don't really want to smoke your own weed for some reason. I mean, I was that way. I was like, I don't know, maybe I mean, I still smoke some of it, and I was like so overly critical that everything I tasted tasted like hay, and it didn't taste good. And then other people are like, oh man, it tastes really good. And it took me a couple times, and then I started smoking, and I was like, wow, yeah, it is pretty good. And then you go and smoke somebody else's that might not be so good. And then it was like, fuck, man, I just don't want to smoke anybody else's shit. But I've opened up again, and I've met all, not all you guys, but I met quite a few of you guys and smoked some shit. I don't know, whatever I smoked with Eagle that one night at Luzerne, because I remember I smoked so much freaking weed all day long. I think I took a break for like an hour and I hung out with him and he had this big fucking cigar. And I don't know, man. I remember just getting really fucking high off that thing, man. And I was just hanging out. I was just melting over there.
I think that some of the perspective that I have on other people goes back to the days when I used to buy bags. And I tell you what, that was pretty fucking grim. I don't know what it was in your neck of the woods. And there's good weeds here, but back in the day of prohibition, really, you had to be in the loop. And, if you're in and out of the loop, pretty soon you may not want to be in the loop at all. So it's like this. I mean, I wasted so much money and time. That's what got me growing, really, is my $100 bill couldn't get me a fucking 7-gram bag of fucking kind bud. After a couple of years of doing that, I'm talking week in and week out, I'd get 1 gram a day from a 7-gram bag, and ... And I'm not bitching. I'm just saying I really built up a resistance to that bunk weed. So it's like, I guess we'd call it mids now, but I don't, it's just embarrassing. Anyway, I'll stop. I love ganja. I love the
No,
ganja
I mean,
people.
it was rough, back then, because 1 minute you're in the fucking loop and the next minute your guy gets busted and you're out of the loop now you got to find a new loop. And it wasn't easy getting in because, I mean, for me, at least where I was out here near Chicago, I mean, it was like, you kept your guy's secret. You didn't want someone else going in there and like buying more, you know what I'm saying? Because then you were fucking yourself. So yeah, I mean, everything was a secret, down from the guy who was grown, kept it a secret, to a certain amount of people knew. And then once you knew, then you had to keep it a secret, and you wanted to keep it, even though he's telling you, hey man, get me some more customers. Oh yeah, I'll ask around. You're like, fuck that. I'll just keep selling my stash that I'm getting from you. So yeah, and then he gets busted, he's gone, and now you're like, fuck, now what? And you got to start all over again. And it was up until not even that long ago for me, honestly. I mean, it wasn't like easy to just grow weed either, out here, at least in this fucking state. They still don't make it easy.
I'm sure everybody's experienced what we're talking about. And if you haven't, you're kind of in the lucky minority.
Yeah.
You probably grew up with your parents homesteading ganja your whole life, and God bless you and God bless your parents,
But you'll never appreciate the weed like we do. The good weed.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that, Stoney, because like we used to get the brick weed back in the day, and when if just a fresh bag of like kind bud came around, it was like, you paid a ton of money for it, but you fucking did it because you know what I mean? You wanted to go to the party, be like, look what the fuck I got,
Yeah. A big old bag of the nastiest sticks.
Nowadays, every kid's gonna show up with like a big old bag of fucking frosty nugs, you know what I mean? And like, it ain't, even if it's mids, it's still not fucking, not brown weed.
No.
Not even a bag. They're gonna pull jars out. That's what makes it like. It's like when you know it's good weed, you're like, fuck, let's point out good weed instantly without knowing. You see a jar, you're like, fuck, what up, Siani? It's like, fuck, that's good shit, huh? In a fucking jar.
All those hand scales still? Is that even a thing?
Those little fucking finger scales?
Dude, if I ever smells like fabric softener again, I'm gonna knock the person out.
Right.
What the fuck? That's not a terp. I know that is not a fucking terp. Downy or bounce or whatever the fuck. And I've come across it. As a matter of fact, the last bag of weed I bought in my whole life fucking smelled like fabric softener. I said, this fucking shit sucks.
Fucking snuggle.
I think that's what bugs me about the orange terps, Buddha Boy, because like back in the day, like I distinctly remember getting a bag that just fucking reeked like it, and I was like, this ain't right, because this is brickweed. It shouldn't smell like this shit.
Hey man, I'll tell you something. I'll never forget this, and this was probably only about, maybe about 9 years ago, but someone I know was like, hey man, you need some weed? I'm like, well, I'm always need weed, I mean. all right, well, I got this good shit from fucking Michigan. I'm like, Michigan? He's like, yeah, man, they're growing weed up there like crazy. I'm like, Michigan? I'm like, I don't know about this. So he brings this shit over, and it was all sealed in a sealed bag and shit. And it was a bunch of this weed that looked somewhat okay. It was definitely outdoor, but it had orange peels in it, like in the sealed bag with it. And I'm like, the fuck is that? Orange peels, dude? He's like, oh yeah, man, it's supposed to keep the weed fresh or something. I'm like, yeah, nah. No, thank you. Fucking orange peels. I'm like, those are the orange terps back in the day, where they trying to fucking make orange bud out of some.
No,
fucking...
it's when you dry it too quick and it smells like hay. Yeah. Add orange peels to it. And
oh yeah,
it hydrates it, and it'll kind of give it a fucking putrid orange nasty.
Or you do
yeah, I
lettuce?
didn't even have to smell it. I looked at it. That was good enough for me to say, fuck that. I'll take nothing. I'll scrape the damn molds out and smoke resin out of there before I fucking hit that shit.
That's funny.
The smart thing to do is put tortillas. Like you just put like one fucking wet tortilla in there, and it fucking makes your whole weed wet without a smell, you know? Or it makes it smell a little bit like dough, and then you're like, I got the fucking tortilla terps.
I got the cake, man.
Just put just a little bit of like drop of pine sol or whatever on your finger and wipe it across the edge of the Ziploc bag. And that,
1 quart tortilla or 1 flour tortilla.
When they go to smell it, it's like right there. You know what I'm saying?
Or if they want the meat terps, you just put a slice of sausage in there and then pull it out right before, and they'll be like, what the fuck? It smells like putrid meat or fucking sausage. You're like, hell yeah. Brand new.
I never did that one. Seen that one.
I'll do that with the last bag if I need to smoke it. They're like, I don't want it. And I'm like, all right, I'll take it. Fine.
No, you just put fucking aloe vera all over it, so when you like open it, it smells like
guys. I've been trying to talk through the red box for quite a while now, and it's kind of frustrating. Nothing but my fault, but here's the deal. Brew City Simp says, my cousin got me a small bag of some brickweed a few months ago. It was so hard it broke the metal teeth on my grinder. Now
that's shit from like the 70s. That's petrified, man. That was shit that I passed up.
That's some funny shit. I just asked about that too. An old buddy of mine. I was like, can we still get the brickweed? And he's like, yeah, no doubt, for sure. I didn't even.
It's always
low. I should have asked the price. He's like, I'll make the call. I'm like, no. I was just curious.
I could get you bricks from Mexico. Like it's 20 minutes that way.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way for everybody in chat to tell their story. Like everybody had a mic. You know, they don't have to be a box, but a mic, because I know every one of these people has something to say about this.
Oh, yeah, we should like go in rotation, like one person at a time. Everybody gets their voice out there.
Toxic shit, poisons, fertilizer, snap crack.
I'm not too young to have went through that. I had brickweed, so plenty of it.
What did you like or dislike about it?
I guess it's kind of a weird. Well, I think there's a few things to go by. And obviously, brown to green, if there's any green left at all, and how few seeds were there. And we would always keep stuff that would particularly be uncompressed, more green, and had fewer seeds in it. Not if necessarily if one thing got you more stoned or high or anything, but we were just convinced that it was better weed because it wasn't compressed. It was still more green and had fewer seeds in it. It's basically like Christmas bud that would come around but last longer, like all the way through the summer. And it was always like $40 more expensive. It wasn't mids though, because mids was still seedless. There's 3 levels. There was like complete brown brick, full of seeds. There was less brick, less seeded greenish weed. And then mids was just seedless weed that really didn't taste good, barely had a smell to it, was kind of larfy, a lot of shake to the buds or the bags. And then dro is at least what we called it when it came around, which was, it could be homegrown, it could have been from another state. You didn't really never know because you didn't have that connection to it. Whoever gave it to you just labeled it as dro. And then we would have everything that, like said, came from out of state, and the best way to market it, if it really did come from there or any other place, but it was always Cali. Yeah, would be the one thing above dro. Someone had it.
Shit, Thunderdance trying to get in.
And that would be
Guys, I'm gonna jump out though. It's time for me too. Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna see you on the WEedNerdWorld tonight. So
Cheers, Smiley.
yeah, peace
Yeah,
out.
good to see you, Smiley.
Yeah,
night,
good seeing you.
Smiley.
Good seeing you, Smiley. Take care, man.
To November.
Thunderdance.
everybody. Cheers.
Oh, you
What
bad
up?
motherfucker.
Thunder Dan.
Thunder Dan. Good to meet
Cheers,
you.
everybody.
That
Good to
insight
meet you,
into the
Thunder Dan.
tobacco industry was something else, brother. I really enjoyed that part of it. I came in a little late, but you really got my ear. I'm gonna have to catch the whole thing.
Crazy, isn't it? Look at all this. Look at this stretchy.
Yeah.
Shit. Holy shit. Like
Yeah.
6 inches almost. 5 inches.
Looks like mine. Except mine are laying down now, curled up.
Yeah, I'm gonna transplant them this morning. Get them somewhere where their little feet can get a little bit longer. How are y'all?
Good.
Good.
I
Good,
just
man.
wanted to
Cheers.
say thank you for letting me ramble yesterday and chat and everybody. I really appreciated it. Now I'm just gonna be me to grow this week.
Hell yeah. Welcome.
A lot of good compliments about that show, man. Everybody had a good time.
Yeah, I didn't figure I'd talk that damn long, but it did happen.
I really appreciated it. You have an interesting perspective, and that's all I have to say.
I know who to consult when I do my grow room and I put in the AC, right?
Yeah, you just call me. We'll do some math.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to sit down and smoke one. Time to take a break. Yeah. Spin this motherfucker around.
That would be a fun exercise to do. I don't want to take everyone's time on right now to do it, but I don't know. Some other time, I would like to run through a theoretical grow room and do the math of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you are a pimp, so nobody's going to say no, right?
We're gonna say let's hear it. Shit.
I'm probably the most passive pimp there is right now. I'm the most dabbedest out pimp I can be.
The dab daddy.
Yeah, the dab daddy. Oh, there you go. That's the pimp name that I never even thought of. I couldn't think of the whole time. Scratching my head, like, what's a good one? I don't know. I can't even think of one.
DD to you.
Big dab daddy. Big
I
dab
like it.
daddy. You ain't just regular. You the big dab daddy.
All right. BDD.
Yeah. Big
Man,
red.
I peeked in on that terrarium earlier. I meant to tell Smiley about this shit while he was on. Show him because he was on that night when I dunked them all the clones in that thing. Man, they got some fucking beautiful roots out of that terrarium.
And you're just using water only, right?
Water only, and then I dropped them in this terrarium. I actually got this from Walmart, place we were talking about, not shop. But look
Listen,
at
I
these
don't
fucking roots.
shop where you need to
These
shop.
bad boys. those roots. Oh, right camera right there.
That looks good. Right there.
Wow, that's awesome.
You can, if I get in there nice and close, you can see that I already started to throw some fish bones on them. I don't know if you can see them that well.
Dude, they're blasting right out of the side of that thing.
No,
They're only less than 10 days. These are less than
No.
10 days.
Wow.
Stayed green as shit.
That's
These
the way
are
to go
4
then, man.
13. Fuck. I'm happy. No
terrarium
power, no nothing, man. Just all I did was soak these things in water and then dropped my cuts in there and then put them in here and then corked the top. Fucking left them alone. I dropped seeds in here too. Seeds and clones same day. I've already pulled the seedlings out and then just corked them up again. And it was probably 3 days after I took the seedlings out of here. These things were throwing roots, are all ready to go.
Shit. You pH the water too?
Not even.
No, just
Not even. Yeah.
Probably the humidity that does all the good stuff in that.
yeah, right.
He's an organic
Yeah.
bro now. He don't need to be fucking pHing.
Yeah, that's what I didn't hear. Oh shit! Cheers. Cheers, Green.
Cheers, brother.
Mr. Green 13.
I can hear your
Cheers.
voice. That's what I didn't
Everybody
hear.
good? Happy Halloween.
Oh
Eagle, I wanted to ask you one thing. Do you use the cloning or rooting agent?
No. Sometimes in the cloner, I will use a Clonex solution, 5 mils per gallon, but not that often. Not that often. I just use that my well water and that RV filter that I've showed you guys many a times, and that's it, man. I don't pH that water.
This last time I used
We've
Clonex gel and I used Formulex, which is like a 111 or a 121. And no pH, no nothing. 7 days done.
Wow. You
I
should sell
can't.
clones.
Dude, I have so many clones going in the flipping, what do you call it? Compost heap. It's like, oh, I got too good at this.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'll tell you the interesting thing. Those clones, it was the bump after that. At the same time, I did some in cubes with Clonex. And the ones out of the Aero Cloner, they look about 10 days. It's now been a couple weeks. They look about 10 days older than the ones that came out of the cubes. So it was that bump on from those droopy, to then put them in the soil and put some mycos on and go. They just went hard. Just because the health was so good, I think. Don't know.
I just pulled clones out of my oxycloner. Shit,
They
just
look good.
yesterday, the day before.
Yeah.
They look good, but they didn't look. The roots weren't as thick as what's protruding out of them cubes though. Right, cubes, man. They were nice. They're fishbone, but they were skinny. These are nice and fat and white and already throwing some nice looking fish bones. So I don't know. Happy with both routes, that's for sure.
It's the bit I missed out of that was that probably the ones I cut first that went in the Aero Cloner were the choice clones. They were the favorite, best healthy looking ones, and the ones that were at the end, they were like, oh, well, I'm going to kill this mum, so I might as well take the rest. So it's not a test, but it's one of the most important things we do, really, is cloning.
Absolutely. Well, I have some seedlings, and it's funny. They're praying. We're talking like seeds that have sprouted, and they're doing this thing already. So my challenge is to make sure they never let down their wings. They're getting some sweet spot in light. I think that what you guys were talking about with humidity and temperature, I had a lot better results with my last round primarily because of the humidity and the temperature. So I usually run a little lower, and this was up maybe closer to 80 in my little cloning area, and with a proper amount of moisture. And I think that I only had one that didn't make it. So I'm just saying, to me, that was pretty good. So I'm going to try to take note of that.
I'm with you, brother. I'm now trapping all my shit in a tiny little cupboard, and the cupboard's rotting like it is falling apart. However, the 100% humidity, when Eagle brought that dome out, that's what made me think. It's like that high humidity. You know, they say bring it down, bring it down. Fuck that. When you don't, they clone so fast. And with health, you know.
I agree. There was definitely a difference there, and it's not my first time cloning, you know. It's just it was a good round.
Hot and wet.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Midsummer. My house
Cloning's good as well.
Yeah.
I like that method that basically the root right cube versus the cloner during the summer months. So you got to worry about that water getting warm. And they like that humidity, that dome. Just, you know, when I take my cuts, I actually spray that dome. Put it right on there and give it a jump start with the humidity. But it just seems to be a better system during the summer months. And then usually around this time, I switch back over to the oxycloner just because it is a good system. But so I don't like buying the fucking cubes. That's why I initially bought the oxycloner to begin with, man. Root right cubes, $20, man, for 50 fuck up. And between seeds and clones, $20 for 50, man. That shit starts to add up, man. I bought the easy cloner, 20 site fucking cloner for $40. I was done with it. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to switch back and forth depending on season.
Every time I screwed up, it's like you say, the reason I screwed up was because of me. It was like, they're good. They're good. Shit, they're dry. You know, and as soon as that's happened, you're either screwed or you're way long. So the aero cloner for me, it's like, I can't run out of water. I can't fuck it up too bad. But yeah, winter and summer for sure is interesting.
I was going to say the same exact thing. There's some reason we have, a synthetic environment, but we're like the microcosm and we're within the macrocosm, and they do actually affect one another. In Alaska, it's obvious, when it's 20 below zero, you don't leave the door open cracked to cool your plants. It's probably not a good idea, even if there's just a tiny little bit coming in, because somebody's going to get unhappy. But, some other parts of the year, I live in it's literally 2 doorways, but there's like 1.5 feet between them. Or I can crack the door if I want, or turn the vent on or whatever. But I'm just saying it's a lot more like when I see a controlled grow, it's not my grow. But when I see one that's kind of like, yeah, I like keep things natural. For me, I like it to be an extension of me. I am not perfect. This isn't a commercial grow. Anybody would love to smoke my buds. They can't.
Right.
And here's the deal. I'm idiosyncratic. I'm an old man. I mean, I don't look like an old man, but I'm fucking 51 years old. I plan on being around for a lot longer. So I'm listening to you guys. I have a lot to learn is all I'm saying. I'm trying to bolster myself up for myself to get my own confidence going. I'm a little under the weather, guys.
Great interview yesterday, Dan. Thanks for your time, man. Nice to have another brother.
Talking to you, Dan.
What's up?
Just saying it was a good interview, my friend. Nice to have another brother on the panel up here.
Absolutely. I've been following behind y'all like a snot-nosed kid for a while now,
Too long hiding in the shadows.
Too long.
I'd like to see Thunder Dan be the cannabis inspector. The fucking cannabis grading would go up. He'd be like, this shit's got powdery mildew. This shit's got that. I can see what you did here. You're a fuck up. This is an A grade. This is a B grade. And this is a C grade. And if you bring this to me again, you ain't going to get no grade.
Right. Well, I don't know. You don't want me in charge. I'd be like, shit's too expensive. We ought to give it away. fucking
Oh,
everybody hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Let's burn one.
you're good.
Like the
Your
least
pops was
most
serious guy.
capitalistic. What'd you say?
Your pops was a serious guy, though, right?
Yeah, serious as fuck, man.
Yeah,
Like
right.
I loved him, but he didn't play no games. It was about I need to teach you how to live in this place. Which, some lessons I listened, some lessons I didn't. And then the ones I didn't, I got later after I fucking hit the wall and had to pick myself up and all that shit,
But they're the lessons. The other ones are just chatting. The lessons are where you learn them yourself, and you pay tuition with some pain, maybe.
Yeah. Paying pounds of flesh, right?
Well, you can't get between a fool and his folly.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, I really appreciate all of y'all. I mean, hell, half the time y'all just rattle off and bullshit, but you cover such an expanse of topics.
What?
And
When do we do that? We don't do that.
They wait for you to show up, Green 13. You just kind of start plugging it in, right?
Right on.
I love it. But good times, though. Good times.
Well, big respect to Eagle Gardens and the chat and its ever-evolving menagerie of characters in the squares. And we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this together. And I can see the evolution of something bigger going on here. And I really don't have any idea what it is. I know it's something positive, but I'm serious when I say that. So,
Eagle Fest, you mean?
We need to rent out that campground up in Luzerne, man, and have everybody come out. That would be awesome. That place is perfect for something like that.
Yeah, I talked to George about it when we were up there the last time about doing the very same thing, and he said he was all for it. They're actually having a small event the 5th, 6th, I believe it is, of November. Pop up there.
Getting cold now, though.
Yeah.
Cold.
Yeah.
Cold.
Yeah, good luck with that camping.
Depends on who you're talking to. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not no camping for this guy up there. That's for sure.
Nah, not at that time of year. But yeah, you know what? Larry was talking to that guy too. They hit it off. Like they became buddies. They exchanged phone numbers. They like talk to each other. I guess they're like friends or something. But I'm like, well, that's good, man. We should be able to set something up then. Get our band up there, get a couple of bands up there,
Eagle said the guy had such a great attitude that it was easy to get along with him.
Let me run a scenario by you. Get my son to fire up this Porsche 924 78 that he just bought for $2,000 and just cruise on down in the Porsche.
There you go.
I don't know what happened, but it would be fun.
Very scenic fucking drive. That sounds like.
Oh, it would be awesome. I'm just thinking of the most ideal situation.
That whole area up there is beautiful, though, man. I'll tell you what. I loved it up there. I'm like, man, it's just nice. Everybody in town. What's the town that was really nearby there? Because I went there a few times, and everybody there, man, was so damn nice. It was like I was looking for stuff and walked in the store, and it was a bigger store too. I think it was the tractor place, kind of like
Trailer Supply, probably.
Yeah, right. So I mean, it's a not a super huge store, but it's fairly big, and I went in there and I was looking around for coolers, and the guy's like, well, what do you need? I said, I'm looking for a cooler. Yeah, we don't have those here. I'm like, all right. And I turned around and walked out and went to leave. And the guy's like, whoa, wait, man. He's like, if you go down the street here and make the left and go over there, there's Al's Sporting Goods or whatever. And if he ain't got them, you go down the street a little further. I'm like, wow, man, where I have come from here, they'd be like, yeah, we ain't got them. Beat it. That would be it. You ain't getting nothing more out of them. They ain't telling you where to go over there. And even like when I bought some firewood, it was weird being up in the middle of the woods and not having firewood, but I had to go buy thing of firewood, and the lady came right out of the gas station, man, and started grabbing the bundles. I'm like, looking at her like, what's going on? You know, she's like, oh, I'm getting that wood for you. I was like, I was just going to grab it. It's outside, you know, man. She came out there, grabbed the wood, threw it in my trunk. I'm like, man, where the hell am I? This is awesome.
I believe the closest town there is Mile to Luzerne there. That right there at that light, I believe is Mile.
Yeah, it's
Go
like
the other way, you got Grayling. But that Grayling,
Grayling, you know what?
Miles.
That's where I was, Grayling. I remember that town now that you say it.
Did you guys see the latest Deep Rooted, this program? Oh, it's just gone dark. Did you see this? This is a great program. It's in Michigan. So funnily enough, this is a great program anyway. You should watch this. It's a good half hour's watching of cannabis content. But it's in a Michigan outlet. And so for me, they did a lot of helicopter footage, and I just get to feel the vibe, to see, you know, I have no idea what it's like really. So it's cool to see the words and see like what the house style's like and just all that stuff really. You know, it's a stranger in a strange land kind of. Yeah. Anyway, check that episode out. But they're all good anyway.
I will.
But it made me want to come play in the woods. It was like, oh, they got woods like us. I could go there. Sorry, Eagle.
Another reason to stop into Michigan. I swear. Another reason to pop into Michigan.
Yeah,
there's a lot of cannabis content that actually does come out of Michigan, though. I mean,
now.
Superseding what goes on now. I mean, there was Med Grower one, you know, back in the day, preceding like all this shit, Caregiver 420. A lot of the information that was on YouTube about growing, and actually a lot of that shit that was out, you know, say circa 2010-ish, actually came out of Michigan. A lot of those guys were out of Michigan, which doesn't surprise me that a lot.
He's not Michiganer, but brown guy had an influence on a lot of us wannabe no-tillers.
That's my guy. You know, that's my guy.
It's cool.
But you know, I'm not big on that orange peel shit that y'all are doing though. Stoney's bringing you out now. I don't want to come all the way there and get some orange peel weed. You know?
Yeah, that wasn't cool. But I didn't buy it. So I looked at it and I said, no, thank you. I'll pass on the orange peels.
I actually kind of thought it was cool. I put a little mental note there. Okay.
To be honest with you, in all fairness, it probably did come from Michigan, but it was probably grown from somebody that lives or came from Illinois, more than likely.
Even in
or Indiana.
We all know about the reputation of Michigan. At least me, as like a stoner, High Times, Skunk Magazine, whatever. The medical movement in Michigan was always interesting because I've heard of cuts from Michigan and strains from Michigan that were legit for a long time before I ever met any of you guys. This is the truth. So anyway, it doesn't surprise me that there's some cool shit going on there.
I was in awe that they're still trying to do that kind of shit these days. They've moved a little bit. Back in the day, it wasn't orange peels. You'd get a little slice of apple or a little bit of lettuce in your fucking brickweed bag if that shit was like super, super dry. I'd never really heard of the orange peel. Oh, I guess a little bit, but I'd never, to this day and age where weed's going by, you know, like I thought we were a little bit by trying to sneak some orange peels and apples.
Yeah, give up on that. Extract it, dude. It's over. Move on.
It's considered
I don't know.
A vector. If you put the damn stuff in your bag, you could have mold or mildew or anything on it. It could ruin your whole bag. But I'll tell you the truth. I knew about that for a long time, probably since I was like 20, because that shit's so dry or whatever, you can barely smoke it. And, you know, I would just take a little micro orange peel and put it in there. I used to keep my fucking weed in a pouch of drum hand-rolled tobacco. Shag, you know, from Holland.
Same.
And then
yeah, man, that's why I used to...
Yeah, I didn't mix them, but it was the way I carried it, so I wouldn't get busted. I'd just have my stash.
It's a good fold over pouch type bag, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, I'm one of those pricks who would possibly do that, but I would never sell something that way.
Nah, that's why I said I actually like. I'd rather that than like you steam it or some shit like. We were all in situations where bad stuff happened, so actually, orange peel. That's the nicer way to
I've
go.
seen big old blocks of fucking compressed blood, fucking brickweed steam. You're the first one I've heard fucking bring that shit up, but
Yeah.
I remember the guy that I used to get my shit from would fucking throw a big old brick on there and just fucking. As soon as that thing would fluff up, just whoop, and he'd just lay it out all out on a fucking newspaper to dry up.
All
real
strips off
quick
it.
and
Yeah.
Yeah. Bag that shit right up. Yeah.
Add some weight, huh?
Yeah. Sad but true. Sad but true. Those were the days. I'd
Yeah.
always sit there and shake my head, man, go, man, that shit ain't right. Because I knew I was paying for that water. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Fuck, man, that shit ain't right. Come on, just cut me off one of them hard squares. And we'll call it. If I want it fluffed, I'll fluff it. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah,
Spray bottle.
It'll break the
Best
teeth.
way
of
is
your
a hot
grinders.
shower. The hot shower is a really good way to fluff up weed.
I've heard some
even
pretty.
if you leave it on your tray on a summer's day, that shit can get too wet from one joint to the next joint where you're like, oh, I should have let that out. So you think about steaming it, man. Like, yuck.
Yeah, we have 0%
I like to take a
humidity.
moment of silence for all the trichomes that died during the steaming event that went on.
I'm not sure they were.
Oh, they were dead.
I think
They were dead way before
they may
that.
have already smeared all over that shit already.
They already fell off the bag like probably 2 years before that. California, we get your weed that could be 3 years old when it came over from Mexico. You know, just sitting there in a brick
Oh, yeah.
farm for years. That shit didn't ever. It wasn't fresh bricks. You know, people think like that brick just got put that way like this week. No, fuck, that shit's been sitting in somebody's fucking ranch for fucking 3 years, and then it finally gets over here, and then we cut into that bitch and you find like a half dead rat or something in it.
Mold. Some dusty ass mold.
You're
I was
gonna smoke
laughing
that
with
shit,
Mo.
you know, it's like you're gonna smoke those crushed seeds and everything. They're gonna be so compact that all the seeds are broken and all the whites everywhere. And you're like, what the
we
fuck?
just
Can't even
talked-
save these seeds.
Earlier,
Yeah.
you just brought up the nightmares, and my
Yeah.
end of my straw on the camel's back, where I was no more brickweed for me, and I figured out elsewhere, get it. Was we were getting from one specific dude, and everything was all right, and every batch got progressively worse and worse. Leading up to an event where my buddy comes by, and like we're kind of like, oh dude, how bad's it gonna be this time? And he flops the bag down, and the bud right on the top of the bag with the bag open looks like someone did a burnout on it. Just has like a straight tire marking looking thing on it. And I'm like, I won't even smoke that. And my buddy's like, it looks fine to me. And he starts smoking it. And he's like, there's fucking nothing wrong with it. And I'm like, no, can't do it no more. Sorry.
Awesome.
It sound like it already got squished. It's already been through someone's rosin press, man.
Right.
No, like it was like in their
Yeah,
fucking
this
tires
was
on the
in-
way over here. It was in the tire when they got over here, cut it open, pulled out the bricks from the tire. Fucking tire weed.
This was like 2007, 8.
Nice.
I was joking with my wife, and we were like, "Oh, you remember back in the day when we used to get Redbeard, which was like the upper class version of brickweed, and like you'd tear it open and it would have mold in it, and you'd be like, yeah, man, that's the stuff that gets you battered, and it's like, yeah, and a lung infection, but we smoked it all. Children, huh? Fucking children.
Yeah, but every
Hey,
once
that's
in a
why
while,
blood-
man. Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that's why blunts became so popular, because you could roll it in the blunt and you smoke the cigar and taste cigar and not the what was it,
Redbeard mold.
$500 pound you could get.
The mold.
Fabric
Yeah, or
softener.
the paraquat that they sprayed it with.
Every
I
once
said
in a
the
while,
other
though,
night,
man, I would get some
the
brick
woody
weed.
terps give me fucking brown weed fucking flashbacks and shit, man. That's a terp I don't even want as a woodsy profile, man.
Sticking
You
seed
know when
terps.
you know when your kid or someone sharpens a pencil, that's what it smells like. The smell's the same. It's pencil sharpenings or brown weed. It's the same. I've got those plastic grinders that have got like a clip off bit where you can store a bit. I've got one of them in a drawer downstairs, and in it's got some ground up, like 10-year-old fucking brown weed. I want to, but my memory can already tell me what that smells like, Pencil sharpenings.
I got some shit in Jamaica that looks pretty much kind of like brick weed. It wasn't in a brick, but it was that brown, just nasty looking. I'm just like, man, I don't know about this shit. And man, it fucking knocked me on my ass.
Nice.
Wasn't the best taste, but man, was it fucking powerful shit, man. It's
It's
either
that
that
different. It's that different set of terps, that different profile, man, that your body wasn't ready for or used to.
Yeah.
Sun
Pretty
dried.
sure- I'm pretty sure that some of the very best weed I ever smoked, a lady had brought some seeded weed from Jamaica and then planted it in her garden, and it hermied, and then she shut the door for about 3.5 months. My friend was house sitting in her house, and I just went and harvested that shit. And it had the lemon mint terps, and that shit was so psychedelic it made you want to start your own religion. I am not joking. And it gave you the paranoia. So I'm just saying, it's really unique. And I even have some seeds set aside from it. I'm never going to plant them, but it was like, holy cow, that stuff was wicked. So,
Back in the day,
Jim Jones.
Yeah.
my buddy,
Weed, tobacco weed.
when I was growing, one of my buddy, he told his dad that whatever, and he ended up going to Jamaica, and I didn't know this, but he told me as he was coming back, and he's like, yeah, my dad went to Jamaica. He's gonna bring a bud back and maybe some hash for us. I'm like, what? And I'm like, all right. And he ended up actually having it like, just sandwich baggy, triple bagged, wrapped tight, and he's stuck it in his prescription skin cream fucking container. That's how I smuggled it back. Little bud and a piece of hash with. And like I said, it wasn't that pleasurable of a smoking experience, the bud or the hash, but 5 seeds did jump out of that bud. And I do have that in my collection. Those are from 2011.
Could be good, Red Pill. I'm telling you, that stuff was.
Ramo said just
lemon mint sounds fucking delicious.
I'm telling you,
Ramo
lemon
said just
stuff backbone. I'm telling you, I remember that terp profile.
I don't know if you know, but Ramo goes over to from Ramo Nutrients goes over to, if you follow that content, goes over to Jamaica every couple of years. Anyway, the other day he was like, Jamaica, best weed in the world, but it's not, just so you know. And it's like, yeah, it's like lots of it, struggle to find quality. There's everything there, but mostly it's not. It's like, yeah, just because it's spiritual, everybody else wanted some of that.
Well, if it's like anywhere else, everybody's going to keep the good stuff for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the placebo effect works.
This grade is not the best I give to you unless you're charging top
He'll
dollar.
probably end up traveling Jamaica less and less because he's like, no, man, you can't come back if your weed's no good.
Totally expected that Bob would dress up, though, I thought he'd come as a superhero or something.
You fucking take a dab in that, and I'll be completely impressed.
We're coming up on 23 minutes.
Go get 'em.
3-minute warning.
Autobots, transform.
Light up that bowl with some laser eyes.
would be a
Morning,
good way
everyone.
to take a dab.
Cheddar Bob.
Stand with us and fight. Bring it on. One shall stand, one shall fall.
Nice. He wears that every morning anyway, you know. Like he wakes up in that.
When he makes breakfast for the kids. Fucking...
He hasn't got any kids. Don't fool yourself.
It's all a lie. I don't have any children.
Yeah.
His scrotum was squashed by a ship anchor in a horrible lobster incident.
Wait, what? What about my scrotum?
It was squashed by an anchor in a horrible lobster boat incident.
That was just the tip. That wasn't the
tipped
whole
off by
whole
a
thing. It just
lobster.
got the tip through the through the trap. It was like a snip.
It's the most important part, though, Bob.
I can
Yeah,
pee out of
worst
two holes.
thing to get near a damn hook. What are you
I
doing?
can pee out of 2 holes now.
That's not the Prince Albert included, right? Like that's
Yeah. I have
you take that
I
out, you
have
could see
seen
fucking
that.
8 different directions. Shit.
Green fingers, I have seen that. I see a dude wet himself because of his Prince Albert, because of exactly what you just exactly what you just described. Made me feel a bit sick to recall that.
Oh fuck.
Like a stopped up drip emitter.
Oh.
Well, happy Halloween, everyone. I hope you all had a fun time taking your kids out if you had kids and got to enjoy seeing their big smiles.
Yeah. Candy smiles. Diabetes smiles.
The thank you, Dad's gonna take your candy bag and eat all the good shit smiles.
Horrible attitude just before bed smiles.
Yeah. 6 bags my kids got. So yeah, man.
We had a mini Halloween party here in our neck of the woods. We have a house that's like 3/4 built, and we had a couple of the neighbors come over, some senior citizens, and my son-in-law got to be the chainsaw guy. And you know, they had a people, and there was all this shit that went on. And you know what? We just kept it in house this year. It was fun, but you know, kids. I mean, I'm so far out of the loop, walking around, knocking on people's door, asking for candy actually seems kind of weird. But it's like this, we had a nice time anyway. And then respect to y'all for going out there and having a good time with your kids. I want you to know something, guys. I have a very large family, more than anybody in this whole chat. That's all I'm going to say.
I remember.
That's a challenge. It sounds like a challenge if I've heard one.
You can try, but you can't do it. No, you may have come from a bigger family, but you didn't have your own family that was bigger. No. I guarantee you.
Wait, you have how many children? Oh, I shouldn't ask.
More than one. No, I have. I'm just gonna say.
That'll be
well,
like more than me, so I shouldn't even ask questions.
Okay, between 7 and 14.
Yeah,
7
between
and
7
Interesting.
It's easily going to be like 13.
So, and so is Stony, and so is Cheddar, and so is Green, and so is Thunder, and so is Eagle, and you know, so is Charlie. It's a challenge to be a man nowadays. That's why I kind of feel so emphatically about this stuff, because you know, I don't grow fucking things, I raise things.
Oh. Respect.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm on a militant trip, guys. You got to know. I'm like a piece. Kind of.
I'm a man.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Don't be sorry.
Well, I was raised by one. I was raised by my grandmother, but I've had some great mentors. So that the deal with that is simply be grateful for those people who were there to take you under their wing and show you the ways, and never forget them. I never forget those people. Every time, you know, an old timer passes, it's like a fucking old timber falling in the forest. You know that. But it's like this. You got to feel it. You got to feel it. You got to feel that loss, because that tree's never coming back.
We're going to be those old timers next, you know?
It starts snowing here. I thought to myself, even though I said just the other day that I was lucky that it hasn't started snowing here yet. I'm still thinking, no, no. Fuck, I'm not ready for the duration of snow.
No.
You better get ready, right? Because it's any minute, isn't it? Eagle for you.
Fuck yeah, it is. Good.
Yeah.
Fuck,
It makes
2
me
years
wanna
ago. Did you guys have snow 2 years ago on Halloween? We had like a foot of
Up
snow here.
Yeah, up here it's normal. Where I'm at up here by where you Luzerne, that's normal. It snows like the week before Halloween and it stays till like fucking May up here. I mean, seriously, you just don't even see grass, green, anything till fucking May. And that's why I'm like, no,
Yes.
wait.
Yeah, because
Guys.
where we're at, so we're probably like we probably get about 3 weeks less of that shit than you do a year, just because we get snow usually the week after. So like this coming week, this is when we start getting our snow. And then by usually the end of April, we're done.
This is first time in several years I can remember it not being freezing, snowing, or snow the next day on Halloween. It was fucking 50 degrees on the coast of Maine last night, which is abnormal for this time
Right,
of year.
it's warm.
Yeah.
There was a Chinook last night. A Chinook is a warm wind that kind of like, I don't know, you might call it a willow in some places, but it came through last night and it was like a 43-degree temperature and all the stuff melted, 98% of it, except there's a little bit of ice now. And the trees were freaking humming back and forth like crazy. And it was really magical. That happens like maybe 3 times a winter. But I'll tell you guys one thing. I have 7 sons. And I have some daughters too. That's not that exciting, but I mean, I'm just trying to be real with you guys.
I thought it was the riddle.
I don't know. I don't like to open up all the time. Not open up either, so that's part of the truth.
What did you just say, Buddha? You got how many children?
Buddha says he puts it in deep. Buddha said he likes to practice. He likes to practice.
My wife said
He's
one
good
thing.
for he's good for the big game too, bro.
My wife said she wanted a big family, and I gave her a big family. But,
You got 7 boys and what?
And some girls too. I don't want to like tell you how many kids I have. Everybody in the internet's gonna fucking say that guy's a goddamn misogynist or whatever. But you know what? I don't owe anybody anything, not a penny. No debt in this family.
No one is judging you, brother.
Everyone's saying
I
that
gotta
dude
say
likes
something.
to fuck.
I gotta say something. If you guys want to know, you gotta look. I gotta say one thing. He said it once before in chat a long time ago, so you guys gotta go watch all of Eagle's old episodes to find out, because he said it once, and I remember. But
Do you have any? Okay, let me ask you this: do we have twins in there anywhere?
No twins. No
Irish
nothing.
twins. Got to have
A
some
bunch of
Irish
vaginal
twins.
births. A bunch of vaginal births. A bunch of them were midwife births, and I pulled them out just like probably Cheddar did, and all that. You know, new people we are. Fucking A, the
Yeah,
best
baby.
experience in life.
Yep.
Dude, my
Tell us
hat's
about-
off to you. For as being as fucking calm as you are and having that many kids. I got 2, man. I'm like,
It's because he's got less girls than boys, I reckon. I'm not going to start this thing again.
you still got
Dude,
girls in there. man.
Hero
I'm
worship, full hero worship. There's no, I don't like that. Oh my God, you already had a bit of hero worship for you, but now, damn, do you want to adopt me? Is what I'm thinking. Maybe you could do with another child. Like, I want to join in.
Hey, I'll be honest.
So, we're just going to play it by ear. But as far as every time I see Stoney, I always say, man, you're such a good father, When I think of Cheddar, you're such a good father. When I think of Eagle, I think this. So that's my big thing is if you can, man, I don't even give a shit if you can grow dope. You know what I mean? That's secondary. Anybody can do that. But how you treat your family and how you are, and the fact that I was basically an orphan growing up by my grandmother, this means a lot to me, and you guys mean a lot to me too. I mean, half the time I'll say all this shit, and then I'll be like, go home and be like, I'm at home right now. Like, fuck, what did I say to those guys? But it's like this, we're gonna be real. So bring it all to the table. Tell us where you fucking, the funniest place you ever smuggled some hash. Did you ever have some of that butt hash? I smoked some butt hash once or twice.
In the butt. Yep. That's what I was gonna say.
I was never told, but I could probably guarantee I had some butt hash.
That
I
one
like
time,
mine in
no.
bars now rather than in pellet shape.
The teardrop shaped hash nuggets were clear indicator that.
Kisses, right?
Yeah. Oh, you can only buy these in quarters in specific shapes. Okay. Buddha, fuck off, man. What did I say to those guys? This is church, brother. You can't walk away and be like, because we love you, man. So there's nothing you can say that is, come on with that.
Yeah, what I just heard was more of an inspiration to me. I don't even know if that's a good thing to be an inspiration for me. I might make the spawns of the devil. So hey.
We all think that though. Every father's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have though. Probably every mother as well.
So hard not to throw yourself down on the fucking railroad tracks every time you see a train, hoping they don't, get in any trouble. You've actually got to get out of the way of them getting in trouble sometimes. You've got to let them figure it out, figure out their path. I'm not saying deep trouble. I'm just saying, and that's a difficult thing as a parent. Because I'm like, you got to know, I don't have much ambiguity in the way I see things. I mean, when I see things cut and dry, but sometimes I got to say, this is not my game. This is not my choice, especially as they get older, they get into college and stuff like that. It's like, you can't say, dude, you're going to lose your scholarship, dude, ... Maybe he has another path. Obviously he does. I'm just saying. Or, hey, my son has a garden, but I always bring over my compost tea, and do it for him. I could have it, but I have a little extra every time, and he has just a small garden. So I'm just saying, his stuff is my stuff, but his stuff is really his stuff. We've got another house on, we call it the boys' house. The boys' house. Well, it's really his house. He designed it when he was 9 years old. Got it built, by the time he was like 15, but he lives in it now. So he's about 200 yards from me. Anyway, I don't know what that's got to do with anything.
It just doesn't matter, dude. It just makes me so comfortable. Same with that photo we just talked about. It's just great vibes, man. It's so good. And I just want to tag in. It's the first time I'll ever say this, but you hear people say it all the time. It's so hard. I had no idea how hard it was going to be a parent. I just thought I was going to be glorious and intelligent and love, and that was going to be enough. And it's so much harder than that. She reacts in ways I never expected her to react in. And it's so wrong to take someone's reaction away. So you have to work out, oh, shit, that's not what I thought she was going to think or say or do. Like, it is hard. Anyway, you all got more kids than me, so I'll be quiet.
The hardest part for me is allowing myself to let them get hurt. Not trying to safety net them. Don't step there because you're gonna twist your ankle. Don't go out with that girl because she's bad news. Just emotionally, physically allowing your kid to get hurt to grow is like one of the hardest aspects of parenting for me.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I'm raising my two daughters. I'm older. My kids are 11 and 8. I'm 53, or they're 10 and 8. They're going to be 11 and 9 soon. So, I kind of put them in positions like, we go to the roller skating rink. I don't go in there with them. I give them the money. I say, here, go on in there. And I come in behind them. I mean, I'm there, but I'm outside. I just kind of, because they don't want it. Oh, come with me, Dad. They're kind of being shy, or I just kind of put them in situations. I kind of have to grow them. I feel like it's terrible, but I kind of feel like I want to grow them up a little bit faster than normal, just because of the fact that I could possibly not be around. So I kind of want them to be at least, have some brains and not be so reliant on me. Like they know what to do on their own. You know, they can go into a store, they know how to buy stuff, they know how to count money, you know. So I hate to depend on anybody else to teach them that shit.
It's so true. It's so true. And then just to counteract the fact that I've pushed her in the deep end a couple of times, not literally, obviously, into
right.
And actually what you just described. And then like last night, I sat her down, dried her hair, brushed her hair, because it's like, let me just be the opposite thing. Let me just now be the complete coddling thing. And just for a minute, so you know that there's this thing, but mostly you got to do this shit yourself. But sometimes I'm just gonna, you know.
Right.
So
Yeah, you have
just
to do
want to
that.
add to that. So you're absolutely right, Stoney. I had 3 girls, all girls, across the board. And for one thing, I want to say, you should skate, brother. And it's funny because if we could all meet up and we're like, there's skating possibility. Like we took our kids skating or whatever. We're all standing there smoking a joint. I'm telling you right now, there's a good chance you'd be like, hey, where'd he go? And I'd come fucking flying by, probably smacking you guys on the ass on skates. Come on, man. Fucking serious. I love fucking
My luck, I'll
straight
turn
up.
around, you'll catch me in the sack, but
You're so good natured. I have to say that the women and you are a good combination. In other words, the girls and the father and your relationship, the dynamic is very good. I just want to say, echoing what Stoney Rockefeller said, is you want to set them up for win-win situations. Give them a handful of options.
The girls were seriously hard, though. I didn't get the chance to see this. Is, you know, we're raised to be gentlemen. You know what I mean? As we grew up in a way different area where you were supposed to open the door for the fucking girl. You know what I mean? To throw your, you know, gentlemen throw it, you know, hypothetically, throw the coat over the puddle. You know what I mean? For the female. To my girls, when my girl, any one of my daughters, first time my oldest daughter, especially, that boy pulled up. She tried running out of the fucking door. I was like, shoot. No, you don't. Let's see what he does. You know what I mean? Let's see if he can get out of that car. You know, you ain't running down and fucking he honks the horn. Let's see if he fucking comes to the door. And luckily he did. You know what I mean? But with that being
I seen
said,
that
you know,
movie.
it was hard as they grew up to let them do things that hurt themselves or the possibility of them hurting themselves. And it came back to haunt me. Don't get me wrong. It came back to haunt me, man. My girls didn't fucking mow lawn, shit like that. 18 until it was like to the point where like, okay, I've learned my lesson. You guys are quite capable. You know, women can do shit. You know, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I waited so long, but I learned the error of my ways, and I'm still changing tires, man. My oldest daughter will call me 2 hours away. My car's broke down. I'll be like, where's your boyfriend? She'll be like, come on, just come change my tire. I'm like, what? Every time. Watch how I'm doing this. No, I get the phone call every time.
yeah. You got to put on the super dad cape and fly over to the rescue, you know? That's what we do.
Oh, I do.
It's awesome.
Do, yeah.
You know, I know probably like, I know it's sometimes just like, God damn, you know, and you're probably grumping on the way over. But if something happens on your way and all of a sudden you're just like, you know, by the time you get there, it's like, all right, you know, you realize.
Yeah,
I
actually want to change that tire. I don't want that bozo fucking boyfriend. I'll fucking come and do it.
There you go.
The weirdest thing.
Yes and no. If he can't change the tire, then he doesn't necessarily need to take her out either. Especially if they're in a relationship. Yeah,
Sure.
Not the one guy comes around, you know. If I'm 2.5 hours away and he's there every day, we're talking a man, 26 years old. He better be able to fucking change a tire if he wants to hang out with my daughter. Minimal. Minimal. He better be taking and filling it up with gas before she fuck goes to work.
Well,
She
you
lives
know
in-
how you
that's
are
a
with
shitty town. Don't even
But
let her
when
go to the
it's
pump. Fill
but
it
when
up,
it's
drop it
said
back
and
off. Have a good
done,
day.
it's not our choice.
That's the thing. That's where we came in, Bob. That's where we started, where it was like, oh, you're going to do that. That's not what I had penned up for you.
Yeah.
The hardest thing is when you have suitors. We all know this. If you don't know this, then you didn't have daughters. But you know, the two daughters I have that have been married, one of them was married at 19 and divorced at 20. So she got out of that one for me. It wasn't abusive or anything. It was just a mismatch. My oldest, when she got married, I was working as a produce manager for a supermarket, and I was ready to go meet him behind the supermarket and box him. That's my son-in-law now. He's one of the greatest guys in the world. He calls me daddy, Poppy, and he's from Puerto Rico, and he's a big, lovable. He's special operations. You know, like he can go helicopters, 6 helicopters, fly them. He's a pilot. He can fly jets. He's a great man. So I just think of your first impulse though is to always be ready to fucking protect and see what they're made of. And the second issue, this is one that is a little more fun than that, is the first time you smoke pot with one of your children. I've done it with, you know, a couple of them, and I haven't done it with many of them. But it's like this: you got to see how you feel about it. You know, what this is, or if say your son wants to grow weed just next to your weed grow. It's just weird shit. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Getting high with your kids is all right, I think. Eventually, I never like pushed it on them. It wasn't my thing.
Yeah, for me, I'm
better,
pushing it
better
out.
than alcohol. Better than
Yeah.
alcohol.
Yep. I want to get them really drunk, and I'm gonna get them really high. See.
Yeah. Let's go bed.
told mine
Let's eat some sweets and go bed.
I told
We don't
mine
have to
to
go
stay away
destroy
from the
anyone's
alcohol.
property. Yeah.
I said, don't do what I did.
I actually
Better?
got the fucking pictures of the day me and my daughter actually smoked cannabis for the first time. Seriously. Let's see here. I think put this over here and change it here.
While Eagle's pulling that up, we've only got one rule. Other rules are not really rules. The only rule in our household is no lying. She's not allowed to lie. So if she screws up, she has to tell us. I'll tell you in a minute.
So you see the pictures here?
Yep.
All right. So these ones here are the ones that I was showing the other day. These are the hash bash. Let's see here. I believe this is like 2016. And so the boyfriend that I was talking about a minute ago, let's see if he comes to the door. A year later, they come up and they're like, well, you know where we went for that first date? I didn't learn this till the next year. You know what? After the wait, let's see if he comes to the door. You know where he took her? Hash bash. I find that out a year later when it's their 1 year anniversary and they asked me if I want to go.
Their
And
first
I'm
date
like,
was hash
sure,
bash.
Yeah. And
That's
then
pretty
the
cool.
1 year anniversary, he finds out that I'm a grower and a little bit about me. They really found out who because I was who I was down there, because a lot of people knew me down there that day. And they were like, no shit. And so that's the day right there. We're smoking that hash joint, that hash blunt, basically. And then that's her right there smoking said blunt. That's the first time we had ever smoked together at the hash bash. And that was actually the year I met Spartan Grown. I actually sold him, I believe it was one of his first packs of seeds at that hash bash right there. TGA seeds.
Wow, a lot of legendary shit went on then.
Yeah, it was an awesome cup. Look how happy she looked after that fucking cup or that joint right there. Does that look like somebody that is having a bad experience on cannabis right there? She
No,
looks
not
like
at
she's
all.
pretty. No, that right there is like the this picture here is the courtyard where they hold
She
the
looks like
hash
she's
bash.
seeing God. She has a really godlike look in her.
That was
She's
us
just
right there. TGA holding it down. That's where we were smoking that joint. It was right under that flag. Selling seeds. We were
Was she at
fucking
Clio?
selling seeds way back then. She actually works for High Times these days, although she is in hiatus because she did work for the Cubs. She was the one. If you were sitting with us at the table, my middle daughter was there with us, and there was one out in the car. She left with the other one. I tried to get her to come in, she wouldn't come in. But that was a fucking awesome day right there. And let me go back if I can. That I want to get out of the pictures because I'll lose it all. But I think this is an expand. Yeah, it is. This is where the fuck is it? Alex Spider is in one of these pictures. He's holding up my 9-pound hammer. Here's a head. Oh, right there. Here's my Alex Spider. That was right about the days when Sub was doing the lives right there. When Malik and Dunbeetle were running things. That's the 9-pound hammer sample I gave him that day. That was right. That was an awesome day, man. Really. That was overall one of the best ash bashes I ever been to. Little show and tell. You guys were talking about that first time. I just happened to have photos of that day with my daughter the first time.
I'm gonna do the same.
It's cool that you have pictures of that moment, and that moment in time too, because you can see you're riding a wave. Everybody's happy. Everybody's networking. All the good things that come out of that. Free assembly and public demonstrations will be the first things they try to squash. That's how they start riots. Sorry, guys.
That's a good event too, man. If you ever get the chance to go, it's still a great event. They've turned it into a little something different, man. These days, when you talk about the hash bash, they have a cup now, and that more people think about the nighttime event than they do the activist event at the square there. So it's always a bummer when you hear the hash bash is coming that they think more of the hotel event. And basically that's what they do is they rent a hotel, this big old hotel, and that's where the cup's at. It's like an overnight event, and it's a lot of fun, really. Don't get me wrong. But
When
it's
is
not the
it?
activist event.
Indoor
It's
smoking.
the same day.
Indoor
Yeah,
smoking.
yeah.
Like what
Oh,
time of
shit.
year is it?
It's April 1st.
April.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think about the hash probably 15
First
or 20.
Saturday of April, I believe it is. I could be wrong.
It's been going on forever, right, Eagle?
Yes, 50 plus years now.
Yeah, I've probably heard of it forever. I didn't know that. So since the late 60s or late 60s, early 70s.
It's
That's
they would let you smoke right in that square right there, that square only. You tried to fucking venture off and they would nab your ass. But I went to some in the 80s and it was I remember the first one I went to, man. It was like one of them things where you went and you were proud to go because you were activists, but and you wanted to make your stand, but you hit that joint, you were like, bam. You know what I mean? You weren't proudly necessarily, yeah, there was, of course, every few, but most people would be like, yeah, okay. Huh, where's that? Did I see a cop? Holy shit. He was too good to think it was, happening and shit. Yeah, good times. A lot different these years now. They a lot more t-shirts and shit like that. People selling stuff, but it's still a great time. There's still, fun day to be had. Be part of that tradition. Now, nowadays they do have more conferences off to the side in the buildings. You can actually sit down, listen to some speakers, talk and stuff like that. Where it was mainly, like I said before, limited to just that square, which isn't very big if you're standing there.
It's pretty cool that the forefathers and the activists, or the probably we'll just call the hippies, got together way back when and kind of had a happy medium there for one day of the year and one square. We're going to acknowledge your right to assemble and demonstrate. And you know what? That's pretty radical, right? I mean, I've done
It's
a lot
very
of
radical.
thousands of people,
How'd you get the whole of Michigan into one square, Like, come on.
Well, that would ultimately, I think, what paved the way for what is the good, genuine community in Michigan, to be honest with you. And what led up to the reason why we love our events nowadays. We fought for that shit, you know what I mean? It's kind of a little bit in our heritage to have those type of events that were worldwide known. We love our cannabis in Michigan, that's for sure.
Would you say that Michigan is conservative? I mean, I know that there's been a lot of, blue collar type of things, or would you say it's democratic type of place? I'm not breaking it down into those zones, but are they tolerant there? I think they are, right?
Nowadays, a lot more lenient, but when I moved up here, I've told that story too, man. I had moved 200 miles north. I fucking traveled my whole grow in a fucking snowmobile trailer, 16-foot fucking snowmobile trailer. And I bought it in, set up a light, fucking got things vegged, and started setting up tents. Fast forward to now, basically. I was hoping to have the pole barn built by now, a fucking whole different setup, but hopefully someday soon. Nonetheless, when I moved up here 5 years ago, I went up and I was heading to keep things going, to get rid of my overages. I had to drive back to the old market, which was fucking 2.5 hour drive back. That was adding up, man. Gas was fucking super expensive back then. So I got tired of it and I fucking went up here to everything that was close, which is 45 minutes to an hour, but not 2.5 hours each way. I went through and sent samples to everything. Samples, business card. And the fucking every one of them got rated. The fucking very next fucking day. And I sat here worried for months that, whatever. You know what I mean? If they were cracking down on medical cannabis, they were cracking down on it because they still, they didn't like a lot of townships up here. Those still don't like cannabis, but it's fuck, man. It's how can you hold it back at this point? But yeah, as early as 5 years ago, Michigan, a lot of places in Michigan, it still are trying to fight it today. But as far as police goes, man, back in the day, hell yeah, they fucking they take everything they could on you. You got pulled over, they would take your money, your gold chains. If you busted your house, they took everything of value and left the rest of it fucking broke. Up until fucking what, 2 years ago, they kind of did away with all that bullshit. But
Wow.
it's just now getting more.
Red Pill's got all my gold chains. Yeah.
Show him the spinner, Red Pill. He's got a marijuana spinner.
Oh no, it's on backwards. 1 second. Oh boy, it's conundrum. Oh,
come on, look at that.
Yeah, there. It's better.
Well, sometime we're gonna have the party atmosphere going on here. I don't feel it at all. I'm physically like fucked, but it's like this. Sometime we'll have to really get the disco light going and fucking blow some minds. The thesis and the antithesis. Come on, Red Pill. There you go.
He's been at the
Riding
jewelers,
spinners.
man. Come on. That looks like quality merchandise.
Quality.
Yeah.
High-end.
Yeah, and your style is impeccable.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, listen, my little girl came home from science class. She got in the car and she asked my daughter, she asked my wife, cannabis, the leaf, I recognize it. What's this about? So we had to sit down and get the medical card out and show the law, and yeah, basically I got home policed because it's a different situation here. It was only 2008 and there's hardly any medical cards given out, so yeah, it's hardly talked about. And like it was funny to have that conversation and be like, she was like, oh right, they did say it could be medicine, which was fucking good, I guess.
I had to go through that very same thing, and I'm sure all of us have too, man. Because things are just now changing over here, and you know, we had that tipping point as well. It got to the point to where I raised my kids different than a lot. You know, I didn't hide it necessarily because I came from that generation of, you know, go outside, go outside. And they come back
Because
in, house
go
all
and shame
stinks, and
yourself.
everybody's laughing. You're not that stupid. You're not that stupid. It's not like I got, they were around or anything else like that, but they weren't stupid. And then when it came time to where they started learning about it, I offensively, don't, dad does use cannabis, he does grow cannabis, don't say anything about it, because I had already learned from friends that had been busted that had their kids. Oh yeah, well, cannabis is a medicine and da 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 da. And they were like leading the teacher, and they were like, "Oh yeah, huh? Oh really? Yeah. What else?" So I tried to be proactive on that curve, and yeah, it is a medicine.
Yeah, it's an interesting experience because my wife, her gut was to lie, and it's like, don't be a fucking idiot, because she's gonna know that you're lying for one, and then that breaks our only rule. So like, you have to educate. You have to. Don't be stupid. This is a herb. Like, get a grip. This grows out of the ground. All the shit that fucking boggles your mind, make sure they understand, because otherwise they're going to get lied to, right? So it was interesting that she wasn't really lied to, but it was very, she was, you know what? She was concerned about the smoking aspect of it. And so that's intelligent. And I came out of it with a good feeling, like things moved forward, really. But for sure, it's weird. But I was way more comfortable than I would have been about it a year ago. And I was way more comfortable because I have a medical card. So, but it's about shame. It's like Eagle says, go outside, go outside. Yeah, fuck. It's crazy. What? You're going to sit here and smoke a cigar and I must go outside? Like, your thing definitely kills people. definitely, and that was fine for you. And the alcohol you're drinking, you think that's fine. That's like heroin. It's the same grade, dude. Fucking, the
Number one killer in
stupidness
the
that
world.
we've gone through. Yep.
Yeah.
Poison. It's rotten fruit or vegetable, right? It's rotted and it's poisons. It basically destroys shit in your body. It's
Yeah,
fucking
more
poison,
people
man.
worldwide than any all other illicit drugs, quote unquote illicit drugs in the world combined. Alcohol.
Yeah.
Period.
So really, that
accepted. Sorry.
No, you don't. That's the true story. I want to hear that shit. That's the way I feel about it. And like, do what you want to do, but for me, that's not for me. And that's not something I'll encourage you.
My own attitudes changed about smoking in front of my family over time. I've been a father for like 22 years. I used to smoke pretty liberally. Driving to a camping event, I'd be smoking, hanging my pipe out the window. Nobody really cared. Drinking a caffeinated beverage, kind of like an old man in the 70s who might have drank some beer. I'm just saying, I just did it that way. I might even smoke in front of the family. But now I don't bring my weed pipe into the living room to smoke with my babies and this and that. It just complicates things. It's not necessary. It's like, I smoke plenty of weed. I've got my man cave. And I like my man cave. This is my house. That's their house, actually. We have two separate places. But I just feel as an adult, like you guys feel about alcohol. Alcohol was the thing is I don't want to be the guy who serves my son the first drink and he becomes an alcoholic. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yep.
I'm serious about that, guys. I just don't feel
The
right
first
about
time
that.
will not be by my hands. I can tell you that. They'll have something experience on.
I don't drink in front of my
I've ever smoked with them. Nowadays, recreationally, it's recreational here in Michigan. I smoke with my kids. It's changed holidays. I have so much fun with my kids on holidays now. A couple dubs in, it's better than alcohol. It's to this point where they could be drinking with me. I don't drink. My kids don't even know me with a drink in my hand. I've never even drank one drop since none of them have been alive. So
there you go.
They wouldn't even know that part of me, but they do have seen me smoke, and that was always my argument. You won't see me doing the shit that you see at your friend's house. Oh, I hear stories of the other parents drinking it. That ain't me. You've never seen that in me. You've never seen me falling down, whatever. Your aunts, uncles, no, it ain't me.
Talking shit to you, being aggro, any of that.
It's just the whole
Sorry,
ball of
drinkers. Sorry, drinkers. Enjoy yourself. Sorry.
It's a whole ball. Yeah, we're all. It's a whole ball of wax that we don't want to deal with. That aspect of sector of it. And all I was going to say, on the other hand, is so the challenge is as things progress, as legalization will eventually happen here for the federally. Just to keep it in perspective, I'm presenting it as a plant, as a potential medicine, as a hobby, as a passion, as something that keeps me growing as a human. And it's a holistic thing. It's an ecological
sacrament.
A sacrament for fucking sure. And here's the deal. There's no difference between those plants and the forests that I live in. And I'm just saying, and I believe seriously when I said, I think to somebody, maybe it was you, Green 13, that these plants are sentient creatures. I believe we better show them some respect, or else they will take us down. So I'm just saying, for me, I've got to not be a big willy. And, I want to teach my kids, because I could easily be like a big, powerful person because I know how to manipulate things and I know how to produce things. But I live so small at this
like
moment.
you said earlier, we're keeping it real. Be real. I'm not going to hide in front of it in a fucking little tent and fucking smoke my weed and act like I'm perfect and come out and be like I'm, yeah. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. Your
Because
dad
it's
fucking
later
smokes weed.
when they find
This
out.
is me. This is part of my life. This has been part of my life. I'm not going to hide shit from them. I don't hide my mistakes. I'm going to let them learn from my mistakes. Yeah.
Because actually what happened,
I respect your opinion not to smoke with your kids, but it's, it's to each their own. No, it hasn't harmed my child. I've never boasted it to them. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, this is what you guys should be trying this. No, never. But I will not cower and act like you might as well be smoking crack if you're gonna go wait and fucking tell you're gonna go hide and do it somewhere where they can't see because you're ashamed of what you're doing. You're ashamed. You might be proud of the plan, but you're ashamed of using it in front of them. Period.
Yep.
I'm not, let me just clarify.
I
Not
caught
ashamed.
you anyway, dude. I caught you, and I know you were saying that.
It's like
that
I don't hide from anybody. I choose to do this in my space because I control this space, and out of respect to them, they have their space. That's all I have to say. I'm not like avoiding. They all know I smoke weed. They know I grow weed. They know what it is. I'm just saying I don't like have to be Mr. Hippy Dippy with everybody, including my family. No biggie.
The most genuine person you should be is in front of your family.
That's it. I started a family later. I'm almost 60. My daughter's going to be 10 in January. She was born. This is just what I've done my whole life. So it's been always a normal thing for her. Though I warn her, don't mention it anywhere around school and your friends' parents. And she knows, she's learned. But it's normal for her. I mean, it should be normal. The criminalization of cannabis and hemp was a joke to begin with in all politics. So it's not as though I'm ashamed. She's just the way it is, She was born between two plants, for Christ's sakes. I was never supposed to walk again. I was lucky to have a daughter, and
Yes.
shit. I told her, it's not just medicine. It just shouldn't have been. It's been around for millennia and pretty much centuries and centuries, for crying out loud. It used to be used for money in the United States. So, it was a mandatory crop that you had to grow.
Yep. To pay tax. It was part of your taxes in America.
Yeah. It's really a joke, the whole history of the bullshit that's all around cannabis.
It's like literally 9 or 10% of your property.
She just knows, man. She knows that she's so good at it that she loves the smell of the stuff. She has certain strains and flowers that she just loves the smell of, the profiles.
And that's called honesty, mate, because it comes from
right.
It's
just part of
a
life.
place that's
Any other time, this would be nothing, and it should be nothing. Government shouldn't have any hand in it. Everybody should be allowed to grow it. That bullshit. We all know that. But to her, she doesn't even. It's not like I had to have a talk. She just grew up with it. So, like I said, I had to talk about school and just don't say too much. But
yeah,
she was basically born the year it was decriminalized. I think so 2012 was it? Yeah. I mean, the farm is named after her. That's her nickname, Charlie. So she loves that. But you should always be honest with your kids. This is what I try to teach my daughter and instill is my morals, values, principles, and a spiritual compass, that there's something greater than her on this earth or in this life that's bigger than her. And show her some boundaries, because I'm practically 60. If I'm lucky, I get 20 good years left. You know what I mean? So
yep.
So sometimes I get a little overbearing in what I want to teach her, and she knows that. She knows I can go overboard trying to teach her lessons and things. We have a little rapport when it comes to that stuff, but she gets it. She gets it. I'm a realist. I'm just, this is just the way life is. Like Buddha, I grew up with nobody. I had nobody backing me, nobody that would stick up for me. My father, my mother died super young. I wasn't even 3. My grandparents that took me, my grandmother died when I was 5. My father was traveling, never around. And then he married a woman that was in the convent for 11 years or something like that. I don't even really know her. I've known her, she married when I was 9. I don't even know how long she was in the convent. She's just won't even talk about it. But tells you the dynamics of that relationship. But anyway, you know, I'm doing the complete opposite that my parents did, just being completely honest and try and have an open communication and tell her the one thing, like you, Green 13, the one rule in my house is we don't lie. We don't lie. I had to live a lie my whole life in my family. I mean, my childhood, and I refuse.
Don't let other people see. Don't let other people hear. Don't make them believe we're perfect. Narcissist shit. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, exactly. You just nailed it. That's my hyper conservative parents. I love my father to death. He did a lot of damage, but I love him to death. You know what I mean? So
leads back right to what we talked about earlier, Buddha. And what Charlie just hit on right now. If that moral compass, and that's what we're training them all through life, is to give them that moral compass. Once we've given them the tools, no matter if cannabis crosses their path or not, they should know right from wrong. And we're setting them up ultimately, just like this conversation began. Dude, when do we let go? When do we let go? Are you going to get hurt? Are you going to get hurt? Well, if cannabis is entered that early in life, is it we know they're going to get hurt? To be honest with you, I never, ever. In fact, my kids told me up until they had gotten out of the house, I'm never going to smoke weed. I'm never going to smoke weed. I don't like it. I don't like the smell of it. I'm never going to smoke weed. But when I actually heard that they had chosen weed versus alcohol all that time and then continued to do it now, what a relief. I didn't have to worry about my daughters being drunk and being taken advantage of.
Yes.
You know,
That's exactly.
Get that shit out of here.
How many girls you seen face down in a pile of vomit with their fishnet skirt, their skirt?
I worked in some of the most infamous clubs in Boston on and off for 23 years. I used to watch the college girls. And I got married very late in life because I like to play around and I like all flavors of women, you know, but you know, I was guilty of it as well. Fact, you know, back in the late 70s and 80s and 90s. You kidding me? But you know, yeah.
But now we're talking as fathers, right?
Yeah.
It's funny to listen to, man. I can see Stoney smiling because I know he feels the same. Like, you changed your mind though, bro.
Yeah, my whole approach to women is way different than it used to be. That's for sure. Yeah. Not that I was ever a scumbag or some shit, but
I was a gentleman. I was a gentleman.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, you know, some things just they are what they are. You know what I mean? I was never, I always loved the women, but I was never I never forced anybody. No was no to me. You know, that was drilled into my freaking head to be a gentleman. I mean, believe me, my father was hyper conservative. But I always wanted to too. I mean, that's the whole point, is to make the woman happy. You know,
I mean, it's a union, right? It's a union.
I'm a control freak, and I want to control the variables. So if we can eliminate 2 or 3 of those variables, there's less of a probability of there being a problem. That's all.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, I'm a control freak. That took a long time to learn to figure, just in my own life, not control everything, because I had no, you know, especially when you're young, it gets instilled. You can't control your environment, so you control whatever you can. So sometimes,
yes, sir.
OCD
you
comes
can only
in.
control your environment. When they leave your environment,
and you can't make choices for them. You can't control another human being. You can't control another human being. They're gonna make their choices, and I let her. I let her do pretty much whatever she wants, as long as her responsibilities are taken care of. And she's young. I'm not saying that I let her, you know what I mean. You know, to figure a speech saying I let her do whatever she wants, but You know, I spoil
Mine's
her,
the
but
same. Mine's the same age, Charlie. So it's interesting to hear you talk, man. It's interesting. I know exactly where you're at because, like, I mean, it's she's way further down than I thought. We're dealing with things now that I never thought were this age things. It's like what, and like I'm way less equipped than I thought I'd be. I'm doing a fine job. It's fine. I don't mean that. I'm not doubting myself, but it's like, wow, this is so complicated.
Yeah. And I grew up with no sisters.
To do right.
Yeah. I had no sisters growing up. And my father, he was the oldest of 4 boys too. I'm the second oldest in my family, but I had no sisters. So it wasn't as though I had even a framework to even see how to raise a daughter through my parents. I had no examples at all. So, but I always wanted a daughter more than I wanted a boy. And I got her, and she's the best thing that ever happened to me, especially at my age. I mean, the hardest thing is to keep up. And my wife just started working, so now I walk her to school. I have a little more time with her, which is a strain on me, but I don't care. I get to spend more time with her. The first thing she said after the first couple of weeks, just recently, she said to my wife, she goes, "Mommy, you let me get away with everything for so long. Daddy doesn't let me get away with anything. How come? How come you let me get away with everything for so long?" I thought that was great. Because I don't let her get away with anything. She knows it. She's always known that. But
we had this conversation yesterday. I was like, we actually aren't following through with punishments, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah. Yes.
You know,
right.
Quite honestly, the biggest lesson I've learned as a parent, and I think we all know this, the biggest threat to our kids right now isn't that plant we grow. The biggest threat to our kids is this. Right now, it's the boy that you don't know if she's talking to, the people in that group and whatever that are whispering bullshit in their ear that you don't fucking know about. This is the biggest threat to our kids right now.
Yeah.
And I've seen it time and time again. When you give this to them kids, you almost necessarily lose control. And think about this. And I asked this of every parent on the panel. Every parent on the panel. After they got this, what control did you have over them? What was the threat you had after this? What was the threat you had after this?
She's had a phone. My daughter's had a
Nothing
phone.
but "I will take this away" worked after they got this.
Yeah.
And when you take this away, they're a completely different child until they get this motherfucker back. And then it almost all starts over again. This is the biggest threat to our children. Now,
And my wife told me my punishment. Okay, we're going to follow through with punishments. Then my punishment's going to be iPad related. What's your punishment going to be? I said, well, it's going to be iPad related, baby, because there's no other punishment, is there? She literally doesn't give a fuck about anything else. The whole world exists in there. And so this is the most important topic we ever had. And there's so much data that backs this up. There are doctors who will talk to you about it. It goes everywhere. It goes to the toilet with them. It goes in their bedroom. You can be bullied anywhere, not just at school, anywhere. This is so dangerous. Anyone can get there.
It's not even just the shit that we're talking about as far as the dangers of human error. They're programming it to fuck with your kids. Most of the kids today have depressions from the dopamine hits, the whole like systems. There's tons of fucking documentaries on Facebook, Instagram, how the whole fucking it's meant to be. They're purposely fucking your kids up by it's getting them to look
at the documentaries. They have the documentaries of the 3 guys that, I forget what it is. It's on Netflix or whatever, but it's the 3 or 4 guys that actually started Facebook with Zuckerberg, and they don't work there anymore. But they don't allow their kids any screen time. 0. They don't have a device at all. And I told my daughter, she's had a device since she was about 3. She's had a tablet, and then she's had her phone for 2 years. I get to see everything on my Note 20 that's on her Note 20. Doesn't matter what it is, it gets shared to my phone. She's going to find a way around that as she gets older, though. I know that. She can navigate like crazy, man. and I'm no fool, but I told her from day one that she could understand this thing here, whatever likes you get mean nothing. Whoever you see or follow, they're not who you think they are. And the only point of this device is to separate you from your money and your personality, period. So if you put everything or your whole being into this little square or rectangle, you're a fool. And I told her that. You're a fool if you think that every life is in here, because it's not. Everything in here is pretend, and they just want to, it's just advertising. That's all they want to do. And I drill it almost all the time I see her on it. Remember, remember.
I just had this conversation with my kids, and you know what? My kids are young. They're, like I said, they're 10 and 8 right now, but I don't fucking care.
You're the same as us, Tony, then.
Yeah, my daughter's gonna be 10 in January.
We're all three got a 10-year-old.
Yeah. So I don't give a shit, man. I'm pounding in their head constantly. This, and I think they're kind of getting it now, especially my oldest one. She's, I let her have the TikTok thing. Yeah. I have control over it, but she's actually more interested in creating her own shit, which I have no problem with that. If you want to be the creator and put it out there and you're not spending time watching other people's shit, I get it. You want to watch a little bit and see what they're doing and get an idea because you want to do your own thing. And that's what happens. Had she kept just watching and not doing anything, then fuck no, that thing's gone.
Yeah, that's all my daughter does now is make little videos. She doesn't post them all, but that's all she's doing all day and she's good at it. I always tell her, you're good at this, but she doesn't post it all. She might post 1 or 2 every week or something like that. Because I asked her, I want to test her to see if she's being honest with me. How many posts are you doing? And she's like, no, Daddy, I'm not. And I get it on my phone. And she doesn't really know how much I'm seeing of her stuff on my phone. And my wife has it too, obviously. And she's honest. She makes these videos for a day.
One of my friends has 16,000 followers on his Instagram page, not his Instagram page, on his YouTube page, because he was into a certain video game. And he's gotten beyond that a little bit, but I thought for a while that was going to take him in, quicksand-like. And I never really questioned that. What I did is I actually encouraged him because it seemed like he had a goal, and he was producing, content, and he was producing kind of like you said, sophisticated content, like Charlie was saying. But the idea that Eagle presented of the technology being divisive is really true because it's a portal.
Yeah.
About anything. My youngest daughter, my oldest daughter, she got involved with, doing a show and tell with her body with this Arabic man in Iran, or boy. But it was like, it was stupid. It was like, I didn't even know you could do that at the time. We had a low speed internet connection and this and that. And next thing you know, she's like talking and then he's like sending these little threats to us, like he's going to, have some problem with us because we were like isolating him. And, that's just, I know that seems absurd, but that's the reality with it. Secondly, I'm going to say is that the last thing I'm going to say about this is having an open door policy at your home for a kid, like my daughter, who when she was 19 got married and came back home at 20. Well, she's in a physics program at the university. She started over, we did have that push and pull thing that we talked about that I didn't win the tug of war. But in the end, all I said is, I welcomed her home and I was so glad to see her. And I am so glad that she's living here and that she has goal orientation and she's professionally minded and all that. So that's all I'm saying. I didn't realize how important of a topic this was for everyone. So I just want to say
it's top. I'm so glad we talked about it or are talking about it. It's the top. Yesterday we had some children here and they were here for Halloween. So we did a Halloween thing and then they went out trick-or-treating. And afterwards, so anyway, it was lovely to listen to them because they're intelligent and interesting and engaging with one another and kind and all that good stuff. So they leave And my child doesn't thank my wife, who's made major effort, actually was even a bit rude about it, but she want to check what are the comments, what's anyone said, and it's like, you could have just asked them, they were just here. You don't need for it to be written on a fucking, did you have a good time or not? Because it's not decided by what they said online, if they said anything. And of course, it's that search for immediate acceptance. Fuck acceptance. There's only one acceptance you need, your own. When you got your own, then you won't need to, is it okay? Was it okay? And like, I'm even talking to myself, guys. I'm not just talking, like, I know this in my own self, in my own journey. Like, you don't, it's you who needs to accept you. Are you okay with that? Did you have a good time? Did you feel good vibes of everybody? We don't need these devices to tell us that shit. It's too much communication, man.
Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because a year ago about, or maybe it was right at the beginning of the COVID lockdown in Mass, that she said something about, her and her best friend both have TikToks, and our friend had reached 100 followers. And I said, and that's all she would think. She was saying, I want to get them. And she gets more likes on her post, but my videos are better. And I said, listen, that's not what it's about. You don't get it. And I'm going to try and help you get it. That the people that are going to follow you, they're not your friends. Your friends are outside, they're next door, they're at school. Those are your friends. People on the internet, you're never probably ever going to meet them, and especially at your age.
The streets.
Sure enough,
I gotta keep my streak going.
Yeah, but sure enough, just it's been a little over a year, and her best friend, not that she mentioned this to me, I just happened to notice it, but her friend that she was, had 100 followers and all that, lost more than half of the followers now. And, she has, 60 or whatever, and I said, see what I mean, Charlotte? It's never, this thing isn't real. It's not consistent. Your life, you need to love yourself. Nobody else needs to accept you except yourself. If you're happy with yourself, then nothing else. And that's where gratitude comes in, because if you're grateful, what you have what you already have is enough. You don't need anything else. And let's keep, let's talk about this more as time goes on between 13 and Stony and anybody else that comes on and has a child dealing with all the paperwork that just came out 2 weeks ago and all that bullshit on Facebook. And that's their whole purpose, is to freaking, anger and division is what fuels their profits. Come on.
I'll search it out and send it to you. But one of the early Joe Rogans that I watched maybe 2-3 years ago was a doctor who talked about this. And he'd done extensive studies, and he showed specifically in girls of a specific age how they go into, I've actually talked about this a bit before, they go into what is a scientific situation where they're basically, I forget the word now, but they're having psychological difficulties to a level where there's a word for it, right? And on the graph, it showed specifically to do with the phone engagement and all that stuff. So it's all very scientifically put in place. And when you see the age and how it's done and why it happens and the chemicals in the body. And anyhow, Joe Rogan goes on to talk to this guy, and he's like, my son's now 16 and he goes to school. He doesn't have a phone, obviously, because I know all this stuff. He's now the only person in his class. And so he's on me, can I have a phone, Dad? And he's like, because of what I know and how cruel I know that would be to him, he's like, even if my child, if it was a toss up between giving my child a phone and allowing my child to be the least liked, least respected, least engaged with child at school, I still wouldn't give my child a phone. So please, can you tell all the other mothers and fathers the same? And then I won't have to do that. And this was a professor who'd done the work. And he was like, even if my child becomes a fucking pariah, I ain't giving it a phone. And that shows you the power of the conversation we're having, because they're being manipulated so badly, and we are so far from the program with the phone thing. And it's the connection thing, it's the likes and the, because there's so many people who are dickheads. I'm talking about narcissists who they don't live the same brain function as you. There isn't that kindness. They need to step on you to get up. And we encounter these people every day, and you don't have those filters over the internet, your stomach to tell you, does this feel safe? Does this feel like a good person? Am I being enriched by this human? I think I'll walk away. You don't get that on the internet. So you're just getting fucking programmed by someone who you're like, this person's cool, this person's cool.
Yeah.
And so
that's why I got off Instagram. I was spending sometimes 5 to 6 hours a day on Instagram. And I kind of set an example, not only for my daughter, but I was like, this is time I could be spending with her. But I'm spending it looking at the stupid phone and posting, pictures of my grow and all that crap. I don't give a shit who sees my grow. I don't give a shit. I don't grow for anybody else except for my patients and me. That's it. So,
that's the ego, my friend. You're speaking, it's like I'm in your head right now, or you're in mine. Yeah, it's my ego. And then suddenly you're like, whoa, that's not at all important at all.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You want to be part of the community, and you want to, you got to have at least a little bit of credibility, I was figuring. So I post some of the shit, you know what I mean?
That, because how often have you been able to talk about with anybody in the past? In the past,
Right.
you didn't, nobody fucking,
nobody, and I still can't.
I did need community.
Still that way,
need,
right? I get it,
Yeah.
but here we can be auto anonymous
Right.
or whatever they call it.
That's it. In the community and Instagram. Right. I actually went on Instagram yesterday and DM'd just a couple of Grateful Grower. I haven't talked to him in a while, man. Lewis, you guys even remember him. But
amazing content, dude.
The guy
That's
on
my
YouTube that
favorite
disappeared into
content.
Colorado.
Yeah, he and I were
Grateful
friends
Grower.
for a few years, man. We were talking every day. Yeah,
Oh no
man.
shit.
Yeah, and he just fell off the face of the earth. He got that place, like you said, Green. He got it in freaking Colorado. Next thing you know, he was pretty into he was pretty heavy into the born again Christian scene, which totally cool, man. He and I used to talk about it all the time. One of the coolest guys I've ever met. Yeah, I actually, I even called him, left a couple of messages, but his phone still rings.
I think he started to show us how to give love with the content and stuff. It was really nice content, man. And yeah.
But there you go.
That might be one of those
Social
situations.
Media. Yeah, go ahead.
He might know. It might be one of those situations where bees don't tell flies that honey tastes better than shit. He might be like, oh, it's so good. I gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. I just figured, after like 3 years, whatever it was, 3.5 years, we talked, so we talked so much that I figured he'd at least say, yeah, I'm alive, but nothing.
Yeah.
They just go show you, it's the internet. You want to drop off and disappear, you ghost. Do your thing, man. It's, it really kind of isn't real. So
I conclude.
I find this real, though. I find this real. That's why I come on, because I want to get to know, other people that do the same thing and are passionate about it as I am. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say it. I gotta say it. This is the waking dream. I was sitting here zoned out, kind of stoned and sick, and listening to all the swirled voices in my head, and I thought I was actually dreaming. Then I realized I was awake, and then I realized that that's what maybe the Aboriginal idea of dream time is. We're in that dream time. It's timeless. All these thoughts are swirling around us, but they're not our thoughts. They're our thoughts. So we're part of this group mind. And I think it's important to keep tapping that vein. There's 80 people who are listening to us right now. There were a second ago. So obviously somebody's listening. So that's all I had to say, guys. I love you guys. I just feel really shitty. Nothing personal.
Yeah, Eagle.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Just hope you feel better, man. We've all been there.
It's just respiratory that, it's probably the fucking COVID, That pisses me off. I don't want to fight.
No, we're not. This is a conversation. This is what we talk about most nights. We should be able to, even if it got to a point where he was somewhat heated, be able to walk away from this and be able to do this tomorrow. For one,
Right.
But I was waiting for my opportunity to apologize to you because I did kind of lash back when you kind of threw that out there. But I'm gonna tell you this: you guys have never will hear my story from start to finish. You guys piecing it together slowly. But I can tell you this: cannabis runs deep with me. I didn't have a normal childhood. I can tell you this, and it's been far back as I can remember. And honestly, as far as like my hatred for the pharmaceuticals, and I've talked about that long, I've lost family, I've lost friends, but I can tell you this: I've been dropped off at 6 years old with my brother on a man's porch that wasn't even expecting us. And I was raised by a single father that fucking sold weed to fucking put fucking food in my mouth. And he was the best man I can ever fucking met in my life. And his fucking morals were solid. And I fucking remembered him fucking making arrangements with fucking the power company and everything else. But cannabis was there. And when he wasn't there and I stepped out on my own, cannabis was there again to put fucking food in my mouth. And to this day, it's not just putting food in my mouth, it's making me healthy and it's making other people around me healthy. So that was, again, I love you, brother, but that was a little bit, it's deep with me. It's seriously deep with me, the fight for cannabis. So
that Eagle.
and I didn't mean to inject my morals either.
No, but I
onto
think
you.
I misrepresented myself, guys. I'm the fucking easiest going fucker here. I'll smoke the joint wherever I'm at on my property, especially. You know what I mean? I do my thing. I got weed plants right outside. My kids can walk there. Me, as my idiosyncratic self, have become more reclusive and private for the years because whatever reasons might have happened. Because remember when I said I had a different point of view about it when I began. Motherfuckers have come after my ass because of who I am or who they think I am. And I persevered. And I'm not going to give them a fucking reason to fucking harp on me. That's all. Nothing personal. That's why I'm worked up about it. I grew up around cool fucking people. I smoked dope when I was 7 years old. Showed Green 13 a picture of the folks I hung with when I was a kid. I had nothing but mentors. But I'm just saying I have to protect my persona as a little different than a persona. That's all. And I wasn't trying to say in any way.
I respect that. I thought you were a badass all up until this time, and I still think you're a badass today. Nothing you've said today or at any point has changed my mind about that, bro. You know what I mean?
We're both hardcore.
I respect your opinion. I respect you as a person. That's the whole thing about this whole thing. None of our journeys, none of our stories are the same. We all come from different backgrounds, different walks of life. That's why
I
we're
told my
telling
wife the
our
other day,
stories.
guys, I told my wife the other day about Red Pill getting upset and struggling to get his words out. And I was like, and Eagle was like, not good enough. And then he made him speak some more and he went, not good enough. And so anyway, some days later, we're on the same walk and my wife asks, so what happened about Red Pill? Everything, what's going on? And I was like, nothing. This is family. That just needs to get worked out quick and done. It's so pure and simple with us because it's like there's ultimate. We give each other yards and yards. There's no need to even, like I caught that bit between you then. I did hear you represent yourself and I understood what you meant, Buddha. And I understood why Eagle jumped into. It was actually, weirdly, I just caught that thing that you just explained to each other. So it was actually fine. But I just thought it was a good opportunity to explain the leverage or the leeway we can give each other as brothers, and really, yeah,
What you're
it's
seeing here
great
is a
to share this.
sparring
Great to
between a
share
couple
this.
of athletes who don't mind sparring every once in a while. But here's the deal: we're trying to be gentlemen all the time, and it's like this. Personally, I've got to still I'm going to be in this game for 20 or 30 more years. I've got to mellow the fuck out.
But the thing is, I can come up on the panel now and take deep breaths because I'm sure I won't fuck up now. I'm sure I won't be like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Someone will understand. Someone will,
Yeah,
this.
you're not going to be judged, buddy.
That's
you're not gonna
right.
Be judged.
There
Period.
it is. Yeah,
Period.
I'm good to say what I need to say with my
Right.
brothers, and if because I'm good enough with myself anyway. So
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
journey. That's where I'm.
You
That's where I'm
seem
headed.
comfortable. Yeah, you got to get comfortable in your own skin. There's no question, and sometimes it takes longer for some people than others. I got an older brother, and he's not comfortable in his skin at all, and he doesn't even realize it. I ask him all the time. He's single. He's older than me. He hasn't talked to my folks or even my two younger brothers in 30 years, but he still thinks he knows them, still lives in the past, rehashing it over and over again, what he's going to say when he finally sees them. And I'm like, oh my God, when are you going to let this go? You're 60 years old, for crying out loud.
But
And,
it's possible. He can't do that, dude. It's possible. What you're talking about your childhood, what Buddha's talking about, mine, Stoney's. I'm not going to talk for anyone else. This childhood thing is a thing that is a complex post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes.
And there is a lot that goes with it. And there is sometimes some very good reasons to be protecting yourself. And so that's why people do. And there's some very good reasons why we're talking about the need to self-love and to be okay in your skin, And so sometimes it's difficult to leave that trauma behind, and the work is hard to do. But it is rewarding, man. It is rewarding.
If you can
but
get
I
through
see
some
it
of that
everywhere.
shit.
I'm pretty sure you guys will see a whole nother light of me when I am growing again.
Red Pill, it doesn't matter, man. You're one of our brothers, and we'll just
I know.
all
I'm
be
listening
arm
to
in
you
arm.
guys.
Hell yeah.
I know.
That's understood, but it's just it's I don't know.
Put it this way, it takes a lot of balls to begin with to put yourself on video, on a live stream, and put yourself out there, period. How many people can't do it? What do they say? They say the number one fear of humans around the world in surveys constantly is they fear speaking in public more than they fear death. So just to put yourself out there, it means a lot and says a lot, Red Pill, or anybody for that matter, even for myself. When I first was streaming, it was hard. I knew I was putting myself out there, but I didn't care.
I'm glad that you said that, because that's a little bit how I felt, and why I don't know, why I feel appreciated that we all can talk on this kind of level is because I could have just waited. I could have not really came around or been a part of this and just wait till everything was all happy and like bright and shiny, and pretending like I didn't go through something that was tough.
Your best Instagram life, yeah? Fakey.
Yeah, exactly.
Man. Everything's
like on the day that my
unicorns and rainbows, baby.
Up and running, I could have been like, hey guys, check this all out, man. It's awesome. But I don't know. I don't want to wait. So
mine's
Don't worry, Red Pill. We'll like you on Instagram, but we'll love you while you're here.
I really, not only do I love you, I respect you, dude. I haven't been where you are, because I know you just said your story is partial, and all of our stories are partial. But I respect that. Yeah, and I don't say that about people just saying yo. I respect yo, but I do, and I respect Eagle, and I love that guy Green Fingers, and Stoney is Father of the Year, and Charlie's just fucking Charlie, so fucking cool. And Green 13 is a friend who I've made over the recent year or months, and you know what? We're going to be brothers for a long time. That goes for most of us here.
Yeah,
That's what I
hopefully
want to
Dave
know
is
is
on
when
more
we gonna
chill.
get when are we gonna interview Eagle?
Right
Around
now,
a
right.
campfire, around a
right now,
campfire, smoking a bowl, one story at a time.
we all ask them one question.
Or are we just gonna piece this puzzle together little by little? You know, we don't have good memories. We're stoners.
Look how much he pays.
I
Look
have
how
a good
much he
memory.
pays not to get interviewed. He pays with hours and hours sat in that chair. He has to sit there for fucking hours not to answer questions. We just had to do it for 5 hours. He has to
I
sit
mean,
there
look,
forever.
I probably have gotten a little bit luckier than most of you guys because I've got to spend some time with the guys. So I don't know how long did we talk by that fire. It had to be like seemed like 3-4 hours, right? I mean, it was like 4 or 5 in the morning when I was rolling into bed, and I was like, shit. But yeah, man, I was like, damn, I think I said at one point, I wish I had the thing or my phone on me. I'd record this. You're like, oh, no. I'm like, come on, man. I know you're like, no. But I'll tell you what, guys, he's pretty much everything that you think he is. So
Yes, what you see is
he's
what
the
you
same,
get.
actually, he's more laid back in person than he is on the show.
That's cool.
He's all that and then some, tall, dark, and handsome.
Yeah.
Very kind words.
Weed nerd of the year.
That was a great night, man. I had good. That was good conversation, man. That whole weekend was a night.
I wish I knew you guys. I could never find you guys, and I didn't know that you guys were with the dude singing. I thought that was like some other group of people, you know. So I was like, and you couldn't see it. It's so dark up there, man. When the sun goes down, boom, those lights go out, boom, it's dark, man. And then finally,
That
I
was
just walked over.
tonight, man. Man, if you would have took 5 steps out my fucking door tonight and fucking shut off your light, you would think you would have been engulfed by a black hole.
I believe it, man, because it was dark up there. Fuck, man. Remember trying to find that portal in. I'm like, holy shit. It was crazy. But yeah, I think I walked over there and I heard that dude singing, and man, I'm like, who the hell is this? And I walked over and I seen you guys were there, and I'm like, holy shit, that's Eagle. And me and Larry shot over in there. But then that guy quit singing right then. We're like, damn.
That was fucking awesome.
Hey guys, I got a jet. It's almost 7 o'clock here, and I have to get home to my daughter and walk her to school. But
Holy shit.
Guys, have a great day. It's
You
always good
too,
to see
man.
you. I hope you're on tonight, Eagle. I'll be
Farmer
around
Willie.
again tonight, man.
Wormhole or Weed Nerd World it too, brother.
Yeah, man. I'll be around again. I got a lot of work to do the next couple of nights, so that's the only time I can work now in this place is at nighttime. So my daughter can come to the other places during the day, but it's when I come to at night. It's the only one I can stream from too. At least I have a signal. So, hey guys,
Have a nice morning.
Thanks. I'm always honored to be on with you guys. I mean that.
Yeah, thanks, man. It was fucking brilliant.
Peace, guys.
Awesome. Peace, man. Cheers.
I mean it. Nothing but love and be good to each other. Just let me say hi to my daughter Charlie, and then my wife E. Peace, guys.
Yep. I think we're gonna all follow Charlie out this time. Or
know what?
Farmer Willie. It's the proper name for it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta let the dog out. I think she's busting.
I've done plenty of pimping for today. So.
Red Pill, that was awesome, dude.
I was gonna say we're gonna put it all into perspective. Jaw is on our side. Who can be against us?
My daughter's artwork for today. I guess
Nice.
Q-tips in the nose, joint in the mouth, maybe. I don't know.
That's beautiful.
Just like Daddy. Looks like me, kind of, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right, guys. I'm out. Love you all. Have a great day. And I'll see you later. Possibly at the wormhole. For sure. Love you, boys. Later.
Peace.
Yeah, man.
I think, and I'm not sure, but I think that was after a whole jam session too. Weren't they live jamming out today, earlier, yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the show. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was on with
That
Chad.
guy never. He just works. He's the hardest working man in grow business. No, Stoney's a driven man. He's a really good guy, but he's like, I respect him. See, I respect people who have character traits that I kind of wish I had, and he has some that I kind of admire.
that's what I feel like half the nights are when I'm here not saying anything and you guys are talking. That's what I'm taking in.
I'm getting out of here, dudes. Thank you for an amazing morning. It is truly Monday morning church. Peace, dudes. Love you guys.
brother. Love you too.
All right, sayonara. I'm saying goodnight next. All right, guys. I want to play dress up more. I don't want to have just Halloween for an excuse to dress up.
Oh yeah.
So
I like it.
Not that there was a contest, Red Pill. There wasn't. But as a treat, because you went above and beyond. Not that again, everybody's costumes that showed up was great. But all wormholes are Weed Nerd Worlds all week long. You got the power of the dab. As long as you're on, you can stop the conversation, ask for the dab song, and we will all dab. For Pimp Daddy Red Pill.
Well, thank you.
It was, man, that you showing up in the outfit. I was actually bummed, man. I was like, for some reason, I got a feeling Red Pill's all dressed up and probably pissed. I didn't go on at 11:30. So cheers, brother. I appreciate you, man. I did. It made me smile when that camera fired up and you were actually at that fucking. Go back and look at my smile when the fucking camera comes on. I'm like, son of a bitch, he did it.
Yeah, man. I've been waiting to. I used it as a excuse because I wanted to do it for a while. I don't know why. But not for Halloween too, but just to wear the outfit. Like I said, I think what sparked it was we were conversating. You mentioned how you saw someone appear or something at a cup, or someone did, or an event. And I'm like, well, that's nothing. You guys are gonna see me show up with the fur coat and look like Joe Willie Namath. But yeah. I like it. I don't know. That goes along with yesterday. I was talking about buying overpriced supplements and getting all types of rich people luxury exclusive medical procedures. Along with that, it's going to be fancy attire, nice shoes. Yep. Anyways, yeah. Thank you.
Oh
Love you, brother. Have a great day.
You guys later. Thank you.
Love you,
Eagle.
dude.
Thank you. Love you guys. Peace. I can't. There we go. Peace.
All right, WEedNerdWorld. I'm next. Love you guys. Time to seed. I'm out. Love you, Buddha Boy. Love you, Eagle. Love you,
too,
Pat.
man.
Have a good night.
You have a good one, Robert.
I sincerely respect you, brother. Please
Oh.
believe me.
I wouldn't be here if I didn't love you. I like you a lot, but over time, this is taking a while to get here, but it's like this. I don't open up to anybody, but I open up to everybody. And I love you guys. And it's like this. I don't anticipate doing this forever. So, what I mean is like, we got to enjoy the moment. And I want to support you in your endeavor and be a part of it, but I don't want to obstruct it. That's all. I don't want to interrupt the flow.
You're a huge you're a huge piece of it, brother. Don't you're never gonna obstruct it. You're a big part of what happens here. Everybody is. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying.
You don't ever think that way. Wait, really, don't. I love
I
you,
appreciate.
brother.
Love you too.
Don't even
And
think twice about this shit. Seriously, don't ever think twice about this. We come back tomorrow with a new attitude and a smile and be happy to see each other.
yeah, man. Right on. I appreciate it. Little brother, big brother. You're my big brother right now. Yeah, we'll catch you later.
Good day, man.
Yep, yep.
Well, guys, to the rest of you guys, man, I am sorry. I do guys owe you guys a shout out, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed this episode. Even though it wasn't grow, it was 100% real and cannabis related. So I will get you guys some shout outs tomorrow night, hopefully way before 7 a.m. But with that doesn't change anything. Hopefully you guys know the deal. If this is the end of your day, your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, your journey, have an amazing day. Take some time for some self-love, maybe some meditation. Have a prosperous day, prosperous week. It is Monday. Along ways, please try to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Along life's crazy path, we do need help at one point or another. And we may not need serious help. It may just be that attitude adjustment that a good smile from the heart can deliver. With that being said, I love you guys. I'll see you tonight at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.